Hello, guys, on Zoom. We're just doing a quick test. So, Daniel, could you come on camera and give us your sound as well, please? Could you say something? Okay, so cool. So I assume you can hear us well, and we can hear you too. So, okay, Trish, should we go to you next? Could you say something? Okay, we can hear you. Lavinia, could we have your camera as well, please? Just one second. I'm just going to turn the volume up so I can hear you. Um, yeah, could you say something, Lavinia? Just to test the. Okay, we can hear you well. And I assume everyone can see what's happening in the room. You can see me. Yeah. Okay, all right. So that's the test done. So I think it'll start shortly. So you can see what's going on in the room, anyways. Thank you.
one last thing. When you'll be shifting when people speak online, or you can shift it, or when I present the speakers and introduce you, you do it. Okay. So we start. Okay. I guess we can start if you wish. Okay. Yep. Hello. Good morning, afternoon, everyone. My name is Alexis Bonnel. I work with the strategy department at the French Development Agency, and I am very pleased to welcome you to this side event about exploring 2050 pathways for climate and sustainable finance. This event, which is hosted by the IDFC Pavilion. The IDFC is a group of 27 national, regional, and international development banks that are working towards aligning with climate and sustainable development. We are very happy to host this meeting to explore the futures of climate and sustainable finance. And we are organizing this, the French Development Agency, along with the Task Force on Foresight for Sustainable Development Finance. This task force was created a couple of years ago in the context of the Finance in Common Summit, which is the summit gathering all development banks of the world. And this task force is currently being hosted by the OECD, and is co-facilitated by the Asian Development Bank and the French Development Agency. And the task force is promoting a better use of the futures to foster sustainable finance. So in this context, we thought it would be interesting from COP27, and as part of the negotiations are also dealing with the future regimes of finance and dealing with the transformation of finance, to conduct a joint exploration of what could the futures of sustainable finance be in the longer run. And as we all know, finance is a major economic instrument that is linking all of us to the futures we want. It makes it possible to buy the future in a way. And therefore, finance can be part of the solution to the transitions that we are all looking for. But when we look at what is happening today, it's also part of the problem. Today, only a fraction of financial capital and financial flows are considered climate and SDG compatible. And one of the reasons why this is happening, and there are many, but one of them is that one could say that a lot of the decision-making approaches in the financial sector remain largely deterministic. They are very much oriented on financial returns only, and they always or often lead to counting what is easy to measure instead of measuring what really counts. And as a result, a lot of the current financing approaches fail to grasp the uncertain and non-linear nature of the world. However, the good news is that the overall wisdom regarding the purpose and role of financial institutions is evolving. There are pressing demands from all parts of society to revisit the fundamental nature of business and fiduciary duties of financial stakeholders so that they are fit for purpose for 21st century needs. And also, good news, an increasing number of development banks and financial institutions are using more and more foresight approaches to improve the quality of all of what they are doing. More change is needed, and change anyway will happen, as the world in 2050 will be very different from the one that we know today. So this session will be structured around a conversation with five distinguished speakers coming from very different perspectives, and who are working or analyzing or are being interested in the long-term futures of finance. And we will hear today from Ms. Lavinia Barros de Castro, who is the former leader of scenarios in strategic planning at the Brazilian Development Bank, BNDES. And she's also with IBMEC faculty, one of the leading economic and business faculties in Latin America. Here in person, we will benefit from insights of Marcela Jaramillo, who is a senior associate at the 2050 Pathways platform, which is a platform that is facilitating collaboration to design and implement long-term, low-carbon and resilient pathways. We will also benefit in person from insights from Mr. Leo Horn Patanotai, who is the head of the UK office at the World Resources Institute, and he's also the director for strategy and partnerships at the Ross Center for Sustainable Cities. Joining us also from distance, and hello Lavinia, and now Trish Lavery. Trish Lavery is strategic foresight analyst at the office of the Secretary General of the OECD. Many thanks for joining us. And last but not least, Daniel Kaplan, who is the co-founder of the Plurality University Network, is also joining us remotely to share his insights on this exploration of the futures of climate and sustainable finance. So maybe, first of all, what I would like to do is to go through a first round of interventions from the different panelists. And I would invite you to tell us why is the exploration of the futures of climate and sustainable finance relevant to your reflections and activities. And you may answer this question by looking back at how progressively over the years the issues of green climate and sustainable finance have integrated your work. And also, and even more so, I would invite you to share your thoughts on what you see as being the major trends, the early signals of change, possible disruptions in the climate and sustainable finance area between now and 2050, and how these evolutions might affect your strategies and activities. Also, I would like to highlight that all of the distinguished panelists that we have today, you are all invited to speak in your own capacity and not necessarily in your institutional capacity. We are here in an exploration mode, and therefore we are seeking your expertise and vision, and we need your imagination beyond the borders of institutional setups. So please feel free to speak very openly and candidly about how you see the futures of climate and sustainable finance. So having said that, maybe I would like to invite Lavinia to kick us here with your own insights on what the future of climate and sustainable finance might or could be. Lavinia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexis.
I'm sorry, Lavinia, I'm afraid we cannot hear you.
Can't you hear me now?
Yes, now that's much better. Thank you, Lavinia.
Okay, so maybe I will change for this one because I just tried to change for this one.
It was working. If uncertainty management is something that all the people who work on futures enjoy very much. So you're doing super fine, Lavinia. The floor is yours.
Precisely. So thank you. Well, it's a pleasure and an honor to join this big panel. I think I just considered with this multiple presentation. I must say I will speak basically on my experience, as you mentioned, and not necessarily represent the Brazilian National Development Bank views. But before I answer your question, I think, well, the climate change and environmental risk has been each day more present in our analysis. But I think we have, as a risk manager and us working with scenarios planning, I think we had to readapt many things. And what I would like to ask is talking about this uh, a little thing, but we have been discussing this for some years. This is about green swans or climate black swans. And black swan events have three characteristics. They are unexpected and rare. Their impacts are wide or extreme. They can only be explained after the fact. However, they are kind of different from traditional black swans in some regards also. Because first, the impacts are okay, are highly uncertain. But there is a high degree of certainty that some risk will materialize in the future. So it is uncertain that there is a certainty that something will happen. And second, they are, of course, more catastrophic than any systematic risk crisis, and in the limit they could pose an existential threat to humanity. So finally, the complex related to climate change is of a higher order. So climate-related risks have systemic implications, and that's why it became so important for the central banks to think on them, because financial stability is their mandate. But the climate-related risk is not a simple concept in the sense that they include physical risk, could it be like chronic or acute events, or some progressive shifts in the weather patterns, but also the transitional risks related to potential disorder mitigation strategies. So, like black swans, the green swans typically fit fat-tailored distributions, and both physical and transitional risks are characterized by deep uncertainty and non-linearity. The chances of occurrence are not reflected in past data. So, and they can have extreme values. So extrapoling historical data and traditional models we use, normal distributions, are largely irrelevant. So, but how we risk managers do to face uncertainty? Well, in general, if I ask in a more broader sense, how do we face uncertainty? We create institutions, rules, conventions, we build scenarios in order to prepare to adapt, to clarify our own strategies. We create scenarios to engage the crucial people in these institutions, to understand what are strategic priorities, and to make ourselves more resilient to the possible outcomes. So dealing with climate risk is mandatory for any bank, but for scenarios, it's also even more challenging. And let me introduce you to some difficulties that I had lived in my experience. So first, there are some difficulties to segregate in practice risks. This is true for many risks, but it is worse for climate and environmental risks. For the regulatory point of view, climate risks are different for social and environmental risks, and also for what we call liability risks. So when working with development banks for more than 20 years, I can tell you, few people understand the difference. So the BIS will tell you that environmental risks arise from exposures to activities that may cause or be affected by environmental degradation, such as pollution. But there is a third risk. So you have climate risk, social environmental risk, but you also have the liability risk. That means financial losses that may arise from legal claims seeking compensation for losses suffered because of actions or inactions of banks, clients, be those governments or corporations. But how to separate in practice those risks is not crystal clear. So we must admit that training people, developing capabilities is the first step. In one hand, the macroeconomic and scenario teams usually do not have any training with social, environmental, climate, and liability risk. On the other hand, when you take risk managers, they are not familiar with strategic scenarios methodologies and not yet familiar with climate risk models. This is a challenge to be faced. And the second thing is the horizons we face, because, like for example, Basel rules requires big institutions to develop the ICAP, the Internal Capacity Adequacy Assessment process. Okay, but ICAP have only a 3-year horizon. You have the base year and 3 years ahead. This is too short term for considering climate events. In the case of BNDES, for example, we have the ICAP, and we also have a 3-year strategic planning and a long-term strategic plan. Not only they have different horizons, but also they are built for different perspectives and objectives. Like, for example, so making them coherent is fundamental and mandatory. You have to make your capital adequacy, align it with your risk appetite and the bank's strategy. However, a stress scenario, for example, in terms of planning, is not necessarily a stress scenario for the risk management point of view. For example, from the strategy, infrastructure disbursements failing is a stress scenarios. In the point of view of the risk manager, if disbursements go down, on the contrary, this is good. If disbursements will grow, this will ask you for more capital. So the stress test is the opposite. And you have to realize what kind of stress tests you are dealing with. But those are smaller problems. Let's put now the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that physical and transitional risks of climate change are subject to multiple forces that interact with each other and are subject to uncertainty, irreversibility, nonlinearity, and fast Taylor distributions. So they can have cascade effects that not around accounted for. Okay, so this is well known, but summarizing, I think there are three sources of deep uncertainty when we are considering climate scenarios. First, we don't know the path of climate policies. So we're talking about policy and regulatory risks. Second, we don't know the path of carbon avoiding technologies. And finally, many times, we don't have the current data. We don't know where to start from. For example, it's fundamental for modeling climate change to use input-output matrix to understand the direct and indirect effects on sectors and GDP. However, in Brazil, the most recent input-output matrix dates from 2015. So enhancing sectoral granulars, geographical coverage, all of these aspects are fundamental and there's a long path to do. On the other hand, if nobody knows how to do it, maybe this is exactly the case where developments that traditionally have been working with social and environmental issues have several long-term contracts and are institutions relatively more prepared to help building those methodologies. So Agence Française de Développement developed several models, for example, and maybe it is fundamental to enlarge cooperation and sharing experience, like this one, creating networks to improve and adapt models to different countries. Maybe it is the case to enhance the partnership among central banks and development banks. It seems to me that we have to engage several actors in this path. Enterprise for collecting data, regulators, academics, private and public banking. Okay, stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lavinia, for sharing your thoughts and indeed also telling us the story about how challenging it is for current financial practice to deal with the elephant in the room, as you said. And that might seem a paramount issue. But it could also be full of opportunities, as money uncertainties open up new ways of thinking and can generate alternative ways of doing business. I also noted the skills issue that you mentioned, which I think is also of paramount importance. The culture embedded in financial institutions is indeed very much into traditional risk management and has difficulties in coping the elephant in the room that you mentioned. So thank you so much, Lavinia, for your insights. I don't know if you could now turn to Marcela Jaramillo from the 2050 Pathways platform. I understand that you among other things, are trying to integrate scenarios for sustainable finance evolutions in the work you're doing, looking at long-term, low-carbon and resilient pathways. So, Marcela, if you could share your thoughts and ideas on the future of climate and sustainable finance.
Thank you so much, Alexis. So at the 2050 Pathways platform, we are working, supporting governments in their process to develop the long-term strategies to achieve that transition towards net zero emissions and climate resilience. And we also work with all the community that is involved in that process, in the methodologies and the ways to make those strategies more robust, more effective. So sharing a little bit the experience of where we find that connection, that interconnection between the development of these plans, national plans, and the financial aspect, is that, of course, once you start thinking that you want to have a plan that can be effectively translated into action, you want to make sure you have integrated, considered, or being able to come out with outputs that can help inform the conversation on how to plan the finance needed, how to identify what are the resources of finance or the instruments of finance that may be more necessary. So what we basically seeing is that the process of developing a long-term strategy in a country can be, the result of it can be a very valuable input into the financing planning conversation, because it helps to demystify or to better understand what is the finance needed for what. So really try to understand not only the pace and scale of the transition, but really to understand what are the specific measures and projects that will need to be financed, and understood what could be those better instruments that can help fit those solutions. So first message is that we definitely see a strong connection between these long-term strategies planning in country, not only because it gives us the information of what is needed to finance, what is the scale, but it's also important on building the political commitment and agreement on what are those priorities, which will be very important to then enable a conversation, a credible conversation on the financing, and be that input into the financing planning. Then, in relation to what we have been seeing is coming out of these strategies as issues or areas that need financing, we usually can kind of look at them in around three big areas. The first one is obviously all investments in infrastructure. So, for example, a metro line, electric vehicle system for charging in different areas. So those are areas where you can start being quite precise about what's the scale, when do you need it, how do you need to scale it down. Is the government, what is the role of the government and the public finance on that area, and then what could be instruments that could be used to leverage the financing in that case? Will it be a green bond or any other instrument? And we've seen countries already doing that. But that is maybe one of the areas where we have been more familiar at looking at specific projects, even if big and with big scale, but maybe the area that we now see in more countries asking and really trying to understand a little bit more deeper is areas where what maybe you need to finance is a fiscal deficit. When you start seeing that the transition, not only in terms of the national transformations that are being identified, once a government has asked the question of what it will mean for us to get to net zero emissions, they will start realizing there are certain activities in the economy that will need to be phased out, and in many cases it will impact fiscal revenues. So there is this question arising of what will it be necessary to be able to address those fiscal gaps, to also create fiscal incentives to support the transition, and also to manage some of the trade impacts that this transition will generate. So we know now that 83% of the global GDP and half of the global population are covered by a long-term strategy. So if all countries are going in that direction of travel, what will it mean for the trade of a certain government that maybe has a big reliance on high-emitting sectors like fossil fuel, but also maybe cattle or meat? So, and the final area that we see are coming up of like financing needs are areas more focused on capacity. For example, how do you build capacity on farmers or certain industries to be able to apply certain new practices or certain new technologies, or how the government has their own capacity to be able to develop new policies or regulatory frameworks that will enable that transition. So, from those three main areas of areas of financing, we have been working in the platform in looking at how we can better connect or enable good long-term strategies that can facilitate the conversation on the financing. So I want to share two specific examples on how we are doing that. So first, we have been working with I4C on the development of a financial dashboard on long-term strategies. The idea of the dashboard is really to build upon what the process of a country of developing a long-term strategy has done to capture and translate key indicators for the public financiers. So what it will mean in terms of scale of financing in different sectors, what are the type of investments needed, what are the scale of finance that may need to be phased out or may impact the fiscal revenues of the country, what could be the impacts on debt, and start analyzing and translating some of those elements of the long-term strategy that is giving you the real economy transformation into more specific indicators for public financiers. And then the idea with that as well is to help inform better investment plans. And there, I think we are in this conversation because we hear, and here at COP, we hear everywhere, everybody talking about these investment plans, but we know many countries have done it. A lot of questions are like, what is missing, what is working, what is not working? And so we definitely think it's very important to involve a lot of the people from the different areas of the financial sector, public, private, and the economic system in the development of the long-term strategy to be able to come up with a strategy that at the end is able to inform that planning, that conversation on the financing. So really from the beginning to be able to come up with an output that is helpful to inform that conversation. And the second example is one where I work actually when I was in the IDB previously. We worked and we did this analysis for Costa Rica because the country decided to transition to net zero by 2050, and that implied to decarbonize the transport sector. But 20% of the fiscal revenue of the country depended from the transport sector, from taxes to fuel, to property and ownership of cars, and one of the objectives was to reduce the number of cars and increase the public transport. So what we did there was building on the analysis that was done for the strategy, which we use robust decision-making analysis. We're looking at multiple futures and multiple possible cases for that transition. We evaluated what could be the fiscal impact of that phase-out that the country wanted to do. And we also evaluated what will be the cost benefits for different sectors of society. So for the government, for the households, for the industries or businesses that may be on their own cars or fleet and use it for the businesses, and evaluated what will be the gap that the government will see. What we found out is that the average of the gap for 2050 was about 0.5% of the country's GDP. But the benefit of that transition for everybody was over 1.5 of the GDP. So the benefits were wider than the cost, and there were multiple ways to look at how the government could change the fiscal matrix, use some new taxes, and ensure that the distributive impact will be positive, that everybody will still be winning and that the poorest wouldn't be affected and still will be benefiting from that transition. So yeah, from that analysis, we also find out that the gap wouldn't be tomorrow, and the government had enough time to do the planning and to make sure that it will be something that would be overall beneficial for society. So that's an example of something that comes up once a country has, gone through the process of defining, this is my goal, this is my path, this is what I want to do, and then you start looking at the financial implications and opportunities.
Many thanks, Marcela, and it's fascinating to see how over the years this exercise of long-term planning for low carbon and resilient pathways has evolved. I mean, I remember a few years ago you only had one scenario, which was the trend plus a few climate-oriented policies, and that was it. You were informing decision makers based on one possible future. Now this has evolved a lot, and another very interesting evolution that you mentioned, and you indicated how you're looking at it is that now there is a conversation between the long-term planning exercise and the financial implications. That was completely absent a few years ago, and it's coming up more and more. But I'm sure that when doing that, we might encounter more and more surprises as disruptions might happen. The planned scenarios might not become reality as planned, etc. And so we have a bumpy road ahead, probably. But this is one that needs to be anticipated. So many thanks again. I would like now to turn to Trish Lavery at the OECD, back to one of our online speakers. Trish, many thanks for joining us. The OECD has been very active in promoting foresight with its members and even beyond. And the OECD, as I mentioned at the beginning, is hosting this task force on foresight for sustainable development finance, and I know many members of the task force are also following this online. Trish, we would be very interested to learn more about your own views on what could be possible futures for climate and sustainable finance in the long run. Trish, the floor is yours.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here today, so thank you for having me. Hopefully I've just got a couple of slides to show you, so hopefully they're displaying okay, if not just yell out. So I'm Trish Lavery. I work in the Office of the Secretary General for the OECD, and I'm a foresight analyst. And I want to talk a little bit today about how the OECD is using strategic foresight as a systems approach to stress test net zero transition strategies. So strategic foresight is a way to systematically structure and in a structured way use ideas about the future to anticipate and prepare for changes. Our world is becoming increasingly interconnected, and this means that small changes in the global system can have these second and third order consequences that may not immediately be obvious. And making the climate transformation happen at the speed and scale that we require is going to really take this whole of systems approach to both anticipate and prepare for future shocks. We've seen recently that the growth in climate finance has stalled, and this is probably due to government spending being reallocated for the pandemic, for the war, and now for this rising global economic instability. And unfortunately, we live in a global system that's really optimized for efficiency, but that comes at the cost of resilience. So it is likely that we're going to see more frequent and more intense global shocks over the coming years and decades. Future-ready sustainable finance strategies and net zero transition policies are ones that anticipate these shocks and bake in ways to continue to meet targets in times of crises. The OECD has designed a toolkit to stress test net zero transition strategies, and it uses strategic foresight to expand awareness of many of the possible future system-level changes, or what we call disruptions, that could occur in the 2030 to 2050 time period. And it seeks to look for new opportunities and new challenges as to how these disruptions could influence our ability to meet our ambitious net zero emissions targets. We've used the considerable knowledge that we're lucky enough to have on hand here at the OECD with our thematic experts across the organisation, and we've drawn on the knowledge of foresight leaders around the world to compile a really comprehensive data on 30 possible future disruptions that we've identified across the environmental, technology, social, economic and geopolitical spheres. Our research examines both what the world might look like if these were brought to bear, but also the second and third order consequences that these disruptions might cause. For example, we have a disruption that looks at green tech failure, which is a world in which green tech innovation underwhelms. It doesn't progress at a sufficient speed to allow us to meet our net zero ambitions. And this disruption then asks, are we going to fall back on wide-scale behavioural shifts to meet our net zero goals under this scenario? And how might that be implemented? And how would we communicate that to citizens and get them on board? And what would that mean for a just transition? But really importantly, these disruptions aren't limited to the environmental space. They look at what's happening right across the board in different spheres that may nonetheless influence our ability to meet net zero ambitions. For example, we have a disruption that's called tech titans, and this looks at a world in which regulatory and government power is flowing away from governments increasingly and toward a small number of highly powerful global technology companies or individuals. It asks what would happen if the terms and service and policies of these companies became more important to net zero transitions than multilateral cooperation, and how, under this scenario, we'd ensure that the values and needs of citizens are adequately considered by these companies. We walk our partner countries through a 5-stage foresight process that explores these disruptions, challenges some of the fundamental assumptions that we hold true at the moment, and then seeks to uncover no regrets or good bet policy changes that could be made today. So we're looking for small tweaks that would really make us a bit more robust and prepare us for the broadest range of future eventualities. I want to talk now about some of the key takeaways from this process, and these have come up during our early pilots with partner countries. The first is that we live in a world of more frequent and severe climate events, and we all know this, but there's also the possibility of one or more environmental tipping points being crossed. And we've heard earlier this morning by Lavinia about this, this has the possibility of causing these cascading implications. So a future-proof strategy needs to be one that anticipates that the substantial new funding for climate adaptation will be necessary over the coming years and bakes these increases in now, so that we're spending money on adaptation in a way that reinforces mitigation, but we're also ensuring that the funds needed for adaptation do not ultimately sort of decrease or cannibalize the amount of funding that's currently earmarked for climate mitigation. Another key takeaway is that we must broaden our focus from just talking about carbon emissions. We have crossed 5 out of the 9 planetary boundaries. And as a climate scientist by training, carbon is not the one that keeps me awake at night. Mitigating the risk of these other environmental crises is likely to require more extensive climate funding than what we've seen for carbon. And the third sort of key takeaway that we're seeing is that while many countries have been telling us for a while now that every government job is a climate job, we're also recognising that every government dollar is a climate dollar, and some of it is just spent more wisely than others. So, for example, with the rising geopolitical instability that we're seeing at the moment, if governments raise military spending significantly, this could either be done in a way that cannibalises net zero innovation and infrastructure funding, or it could be a way that enhances it. So the idea is to make sure that government contracts here have environmental impact evaluations, so that any increased spending across the board is happening in a way that stimulates net zero innovation and infrastructure and not draws funds away from it. We're always looking for opportunities to partner. We've been working with a range of countries, both in the developing world and in the West. We're always looking for opportunities to pilot this toolkit with other governments or organisations or clients. So if you are interested in getting involved or feeding us some of your early horizon scanning, please do get in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Trish, for this comprehensive presentation of all the work that you're doing, and also very interesting to see how the toolkits are slowly but surely evolving and really being very attractive for practitioners for them to use. And when looking at the list of the 30 disruptions you mentioned and the connections between these disruptions, and there might be even more disruptions. You're calling for even more work on those disruptions. I think this is our call for even more foresight work, and it's urgently needed as these disruptions happen. Nobody had anticipated really the COVID or the war situation now not so far from here, and these things are not only plausible but they do happen. So it's absolutely important that decision making does integrate all that. And many thanks for providing tools to the community on this, and I'm sure that further collaboration will be developed. Many thanks, Trish. Now back to the stage here, and Leo Hon Patanutai, would you like to share your thoughts? Not only out of WRI, but also your personal insights on how you see the futures of climate and sustainable finance.
Thank you, Alexis. Very happy to. And thank you for convening us today for this very important discussion. And I commend the OECD for convening this task force on establishing this task force on foresight. Foresight is, of course, incredibly important for everything we're doing here and talking about here at the COP. And you know, the world in 2050, as you said, is going to be completely unrecognizable. And a lot of the solutions that we're working on today are probably not the ones that will bring us to the future we're striving for eventually in 2050. So I think this question, to start off with, and caveat my comments, I think asks for a stance of humility. You asked me to focus on finance shifts for human systems transitions, as Alexis, and I will be focusing mainly on urban systems because that's my field, where I'm most familiar with. But what I will speak about, I think, is going to ring true also with other human systems that need to transition if we're going to make good on our pledges to secure the climate, whether it's food systems or energy systems. Sorry, there are a lot of flies here. I really like, by the way you framed the paper, the background note, and the way I think about finance, the role of finance. And you asked some very provocative questions, right? I think these are questions that deserve some of us to make space to really get to the core of, right? So I see finance really as allowing the future to land. And so the question I ask myself, the common future, I mean, we all have different dreams and you know, aspirations for the future. But what unites us here today at COP and online here is I think that we all share a common desire, or there's a common future that we want to strive towards, which is a future that is climate safe. So the question I think that we're being asked today is financing helping create that landing zone for a climate safe future? And I think at any level of reflection, the answer to that question is a resounding no. Finance is failing to meet the needs of those on the front lines of the climate disaster. Mia Mottley has been the Prime Minister of Barbados has been very articulate on this issue. It is also failing in terms of helping us prepare for climate impacts that are already down the road. And what the invisible hand of the market does far trumps by magnitudes what the visible hand of public finance does. And even within public finance, I think that it's clear to see that what the left hand of public finance gives out in terms of support climate finance is itself outdone by what the right hand of public finance does in terms of fossil fuel supports and driving progress in the wrong direction. But I want to focus mainly on international public finance in the minutes that I have. Let's face it, development, climate, humanitarian finance is broken. We're not keeping pace with the demands and needs that are coming towards us. The Oxfam produces a very good report called Footing the Bill with some really startling numbers, some of which I want to share with you. So it showed that UN humanitarian appeals linked to extreme weather events have increased 8-fold over the last 20 years. But only half of those appeals are being met today. And only one in 8 people affected by these disasters are being met with support. through the international financial system, right? Almost all of this, 99% of the humanitarian assistance arrives after the disasters hit and does little, if anything, to build resilience to the next shock, to the next disaster. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we have development organizations that are focused on building long-term adaptation and resilience without addressing the rapid rise in climate-related emergencies that are already hitting us or on the way. And they're unable to build resilience fast enough to prevent huge development setbacks that result from these shocks. Just look at what happened in Pakistan. And just to give you another example of where the future is already crying at us for the finance system to respond, but the finance system is not answering that call. Urban populations in Africa are set to double by 2050. The demand for water will triple. And where you see most of the expansion of cities in Africa, most of that's happening in water-stressed zones. So we have a real ticking time bomb, development time bomb there. But on the other hand, we see the response of the finance system, only 1% of global water investment is going to Africa. A very small fraction of that is actually building water resilience in cities. So we have a massive, massive problem when it comes to finance, public finance, international public finance, helping us build this landing zone for a climate-safe future. Finance, more broadly, and now coming back to the totality of finance, is failing in its own terms. We have done a lot of analysis at WRI that puts monumental evidence on the table about the juicy, no regrets opportunities for private finance that are on the table. So these are no regrets investments in serving the urban underserved and helping cities decarbonize. There's $24 trillion in opportunities from seizing from meeting that opportunity of decarbonizing cities, but finance is barely moving in the billions in response to that opportunity. And the point I want to make here is that the failure is systemic. Our financial systems are systematically blind to the things that matter most for a quality of life or for the kind of climate-safe future we want to build. And in fact, I would go further. The things that we want finance to do fundamentally oppose the logic of profit, right? Whether it's building resilience for poor people, I mean, saving our forests. Today, it's more financially rewarding to cut a tree than to save it. So pragmatism requires a radical approach, which is to say that it requires us to really go to the root of the problem. And one thing we know is that systems only change if the inherent logic of the system changes. So we need to, go back to basics here. Just to end on a few more concrete, I guess. Do I have time, by the way? Right, a minute. Okay, very quickly. So three quick takeaways. Also, listening to what was said before, I think there's a lot to be done in the way of helping markets, helping the invisible hand see what is needed in terms of this creating this climate-safe filter, right? So at the most superficial level, better data, better metrics, performance standards to help the market see what matters for building a climate-safe future. There's a lot of opportunity. Look at the informal settlements. 1.2 billion people living in informal settlements. They're not passive victims. They're actually solving every day for the challenges of a climate of a climate-impacted future present, actually. So this isn't even before even being a question of morality. We're talking about a problem of performance. So we need a new way to measure and reward performance and to reframe what performance is beyond just the profit metric. And my second point is peeling away the layer of the onion here, is that perhaps we need to rethink value, how it's created, how it's shared. It struck me, I heard the other night my colleague Wanjira from Kenya telling about the example of Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire that produce 60% of the world's cocoa, yet only command 6% of the market. right? So there's if we're talking about finance, we're also talking about international trade regimes. We're also talking about international investment regimes. Lastly, recasting the role of government and the role of public finance, right? So it's not just about enabling or servicing the needs of markets, but about marshalling resources behind the moonshots that we need, in whether it's to move the urban systems or energy systems or food systems, to re-energize the concept and repopulate the concept of public goods. And we're in a situation currently of double blindness. I talked a lot about the blindness of markets, but that is compounded often by the blindness of public finance, right, of governments. And we see that I mentioned the informal settlements before. We see that also in informal, illicit flows. $100 billion annually flows out of Africa, mostly from extractive industries, from gold, from mining. And this is not even counting smuggling, right? These are numbers from UNCTAD. By the way, guess how much is needed to close the energy access gap in Africa? It's about the same amount. It's 120 billion. So we have something fundamentally broken here. I think I'll stop here because I think I've probably reached my time, but I'll be happy to come in later. So.
Very many thanks, Leo. And indeed, I mean, you've highlighted, you've come to the root cause here, and system change can only happen if inherent logic changes, and there are potentially many disruptions ahead for the financial sector. Then, if we follow that route and we really want to make it transformational. Also, one reflection after your intervention. One thing we're sure of is that unsustainable development will not be sustained. So there will be change anyway, and it's up to us to see if we want to provoke that change, or if that change will come upon us. Let me now turn to our last speaker, Daniel Kaplan. You are the co-founder of the Plurality University Network. And one of the key things that the network does is to promote the exploration of alternative futures to help change reality. And you're a big promoter also of a better use of imagination to indeed explore alternative futures. So we would be very much interested to hear your take on what could be the possible evolutions of climate and sustainable finance. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Alexis. And yes, maybe the kind of foresight that we do is, as you said, very much focused on paradigm-changing futures, where the conditions of all activities and even the conditions of change are changing, which is probably not an unreasonable assumption in the face of climate change and other technological transformations in the future. And this is an approach that draws a lot on imagination and also participation, meaning that it doesn't result in precise action plans, contrary to maybe some other futuring approaches, but rather in experimentations, open innovation, collective evaluation, involving as many diverse stakeholders as possible. So it's a different kind of use of the future. But based on this, I'll be sharing insights from maybe two projects that we're leading right now. One is a collective exploration on the future of corporations in what we call the new climate regime. And the second is an experimentation that we did with AFD and UNESCO on the topic of revitalizing historic urban centers in Tunisia. And so none of them are explicitly focused on finance, but there are insights that I think are applicable to finance that and I'd like to share 4 of them. The first one, and I want to thank Leo because he'll help me save a lot of time, but it's if there's still some room in the room for a second elephant, it is that we must be clear that for most actors on the ground, finance today is the problem, not the solution. And perhaps the main reason for that is that it's been so successful especially in making sure that everything must be measured in monetary terms. Whereas if you look at initiatives around alternative methods of accounting and of measuring performance and impact, one thing that I think we're learning from them is that if we want to be serious about non-financial impacts, we must measure them in non-financial terms and assume that you cannot substitute different kinds of capital. For example, if we call in human and ecological and financial capital, when they become possible substitutes, it means that actually they're all considered financial capital. And the consequences, well, I think we've seen it, for example, on carbon markets. Now, the issue there is that decision making based on three separate sets of capital rather than one, and accounting on these three kinds of units, it's a huge change. It's hugely complex. It's probably hugely difficult for small actors on the ground, which are the most impacted for everyone. It's already difficult for them to do reasonably good financial accounting, so it's really hard to think about the others. Meaning that for that, we do need people who are really good on complex measurement, good with numbers, good with creating reporting systems. That could be you. That could be the kinds of players that you are. But it's probably a huge change. For example, one of the issues, if we want to look and to be as good as in evaluating performance on financial and non-financial terms, might be actually to accept a certain level of lower resolution rather than higher if we want to make it accessible to smaller players. So those were actually two insights. The first one is that not everything should be financial. The second is that we must be wary of burying players under the weight of measurements. The third one is that when corporations in general, and maybe finance in particular, are asked not only to accept responsibilities for their negative impacts, but to actively contribute to socially desirable goals, such as the SDGs or others, when you look at this like as a story, the obvious consequence of that story is that corporations become explicitly political players. They are evaluated not only on the effect of what they're doing or on the effectiveness of what they're doing, but also on their intentions and on the choices and the trade-offs and on who they favor and not favor. They're evaluated exactly as policymakers are being evaluated. And they have to learn to work with many, many more stakeholders, people who have no direct economic relationship with them, with the final responsibility of making their own choices and being held accountable for them, which is exactly what politics is about. So after decades of trying to shield themselves from political implications of what they were doing, which is basically what the Friedman Doctrine is saying, well, this is no longer possible. And I think we haven't begun to understand the consequences of that, of economic players being explicitly, not just for their own interest in terms of lobbying, but explicitly political players present in the general political discussion and in the set of political solutions and problems to issues. Maybe the last insight that to me comes from obviously maybe more micro observations than the ones that we've been discussing before, was that probably in sustainability money is really the easy and the most interchangeable part, financing. Whereas the key factor, and I think several of you have said it already, is usually social. It's building up local capacities. I think it was Marcella who talked about capacities, and this is so important. physical and social infrastructures, participative governance, and so on. Things that will generate self-reliance rather than dependence in the future. And this calls for probably wholly new forms of engineering in all domains, in technical domains, in social domains, and in financial domains. And you're probably well equipped to bring them, but it's not the same kind of activity, it's not the same kind of business model, which also several of you have been hinting at. For example, what would be building up financial infrastructures rather than just giving out loans and investments, or well, giving out or investing or lending? How would we, for example, support horizontal finance, microfinance, local and alternative currencies, and so on? All those things that can build that self-reliance, but in very, very different ways. These are a number of things that, when we get people to work on the kinds of stories that we ask them to tell, these are things that come out all the time. The infrastructure, including the financial infrastructure for self-reliance. So these are basically the things I wanted to share. So in summary, to me, sustainable finance is actually a wholly new territory. It's not an adaptation, it's not an adjustment, it's really a sea change in what finance is about. But the good news in a way is that there's a real need of what you're good at to achieve a sustainable world, rather in terms of know-how on accounting, on monetary systems, on things like that, than just for the money that you are able to invest.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for all of these insights. And for giving us also some of the key elements that you see as being factors of change and even disruption in the financial sector. A robust sustainability approach with maybe less substitutability of capital between environmental, social, and capital. The issue of measurement and how not to overburden, in particular, financial institutions on this. The other day we were discussing with some colleagues in other development banks, and many were saying that when looking at staff time and how it's being used in different areas, half of the staff time of many of these development banks, of the IDFC network, for instance, they are spent in actually accountability frameworks and putting numbers on indicators. So that...
Maybe if I can add something, Alex.
Yes, please.
You should also be looking at how much of the staff time of the people you finance
is
spent on it as well, on the reporting that you require. It's probably quite a lot in many cases.
And it's mutually reinforcing, of course. So this is a cycle that might need to change indeed. And the other key elements that you were mentioning also resonate about the political increasing political role of corporates and even financial institutions, and the need to develop more self-reliance approaches and avoid dependency. So many changes ahead, many factors for change identified. And I think this is just the beginning of a conversation. As we're coming to the end of the event, I just wanted to make one last tour de table, a very quick one, and I will give you the chance to say 2 sentences maximum, 2 maximum. And I would like you to tell us what from this conversation, what this conversation is generating in terms of what you'd like to change, what you would like to do differently. What has this exchange brought to you in terms of new elements that you may want to consider? So very quickly, Lavinia, maybe if I could ask you to start and tell us what you've learned and what you would like to do differently following this conversation.
It seems that there is a lot of green money for greening activities, but this is actually not true. Taking this money is very hard. The demands in terms of information, it's very hard. I would like to change that if I could.
Thank you so much, Lavinia. Now, Marcela, maybe your turn. What would be your takeaway?
No, well, thank you. I'm very pleased to being able to join this conversation. I think it always is a little bit overwhelming when you feel there are so many challenges, so many angles that you can be looking at, and so many levels of transformations that need to be happen. But it's also encouraging to see many people working on this from different aspects and advancing that transformation. So I wrote a little bit few takeaways. So data availability was something that was mentioned by few, and I think we can all do better at exchanging and sharing, and also doing as best as we can with the data that is there, and not stopping, not letting that stop us to continue to do this work. But also, I guess I just go away with thinking how we can improve the processes of developing these long-term strategies that we are dedicated to be able to connect better with these conversations and enable those different changes at different levels. And it's always enriching to listening from many other experts working on this. So thank you so much to you and to everybody here.
Many thanks, Marcela. Over to Trish, if I may. What will you change following this conversation?
Yeah, great. I want to come back to a point that Leo made about recasting the role of government, and I think also recasting, how we do taxation. It's often said that the first trillionaire is going to be a green tech trillionaire, and society does not need trillionaires. So let's think now about how, some of the subsidies and investments that we're putting into these technologies, that there's a way to recoup those investments and funnel them back into social programs. That's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Well done, Trish. That was very, very clear. Thank you. Leo, your turn.
Thanks, Alexis. I really enjoyed this conversation. There's so much on my mind right now. But I guess one takeaway is, public finance will never succeed at creating a climate-safe future if it's operating within a financial system that's pushing in the opposite direction. And the outcomes that we see driven by the financial system are manifestations of a culture, and the financial system that we have is a manifestation of a mindset, right? So I think at root, the sustainability challenge, the climate challenge, is a cultural challenge. And what I would do differently, I guess, from now going back to WRI, which is a very nerdy organization. We're like very quantitative guys, right? But I liked what you said, Daniel. Like, the instrumentalization and the quantitative reductionism is part of the problem that finance is that's allowing finance to kind of drive us into this hole. So I think make room for what might emerge, I think, and as agencies with resources, as think tanks, make room for the future to be heard, for alternative futures to be heard. And finance is an instrument, right? So, but we can't direct that instrument if we don't know where we want to go. And what we know for sure is that we're on the wrong path. So let's create space to listen to the future and let that guide where we take finance.
Well said, Leo, and this is exactly what this conversation has been trying to do. Daniel, maybe one word from you?
Yeah, maybe elaborating on what Trish and Leo have just said. To me, it sort of raises the importance of social engineering, if you can call it like that, even more, because maybe there's a third elephant somewhere on the horizon, which is that all of this happens in a context where we cannot take public support for all those conditions for granted. And this is a huge issue. And how we will deal with that, and how we will generate this support in the long run is probably absolutely key to any kind of transition policy, especially finance, because of what you said about it.
Wow, brilliant, Daniel, and that comes back to what you said at the beginning, that even the conditions of change are changing, and we cannot take for granted that they are here forever. Well, very many thanks. We're coming to the end of this conversation, and we're already over the hour. Sorry about that. I just wanted to mention that this is just the beginning of our route that we would like to continue in the context of the task force on foresight for sustainable finance, which is hosted by OECD, and that we have the honor of co-facilitating along with the Asian Development Bank. And we are going to propose to continue these conversations through a series of workshops that will continue the conversation on the key elements of the futures of climate and sustainable finance. But again, very many thanks to all of you, dear speakers, for having shared your thoughts and having initiated this exploration. And one thing is striking me. When I started reflecting on all of these issues, and when hearing you, looking at the 30 disruptions, the numerous elephants that get in the room and still get, as the conversation unfolds, we get more and more elephants in the room. This can be a bit overwhelming. But at the same time, it's fantastic because, as you said, Leo, this is an open space. This makes it possible to open new ways of doing business. And this is great for innovation. This is a space of liberty, also a space of responsibility, because we are all doing this for sustainable futures. But this conversation, I end up thinking that it opens new spaces, and we should really continue exploring them. So many thanks for that, and to be followed. The futures are exciting. Thanks so much from COP27 to all of you joining remotely, and we will be back with more. Thank you.
Sarita, can you hear me? We're just doing a little test for sound purposes and picture. If you can have your camera on. You're on mute, Sarita, at the moment, so we can't hear you. You're on mute, Sarita. Okay, now, yeah. Say something.
Now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sarita, so that's fine. Noor, if you can say something, if you can unmute and.
Okay, yes. Hello.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, and Estella, can you say something as well, please?
Okay.
Yes, but I think I'm on the wrong link because I'm just watching the event.
Just watching. Okay, fine. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
She's just watching. That's fine.
Okay.
Happy?
Thanks.
And then there's the clicker.
Of course, perfect. Perfect. It's working. And 3 chairs, that's perfect. That's what we needed. So it's good. Thank you. Donc voilà, c'est bon. Sauf qu'il manque. Ça va bien?
Ça va, merci. Bon, tout se passe bien?
Eh bah, on va pas tarder à démarrer. On attend, je sais pas, t'as pas eu de nouvelles de Cassilde? Bon, bah.
Cassilde? Ah
Parce
ouais.
qu'en fait, elle devait faire l'ouverture avec Sébastien.
D'accord.
Mais
Ah ouais,
on
bah,
va-
elle doit être pris
il est
quelque part.
15h05, donc on va peut-être pas trop traîner, vu qu'en
Non.
plus c'est un événement qui dure 2h30 déjà, qui est un peu
Ouais,
long.
comme ça, on peut venir un peu
Au
plus
pire,
tard.
elle peut intervenir
Ouais,
dans
ouais,
le.
ouais.
Ok. Je vais vérifier juste avec Martin. Martin? I think we will start, and maybe if she arrives, Cassil, we can say, hey, I mean, kind of small break and say another word. What do you think?
Yeah.
Or do we? Yeah, because it's already 5 past, and it will be a long event. We do that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's because I'm.
Ah bah
Ok.
voilà Cassilde.
Ah bah, it's perfect.
Je me disais bien Cassilde, c'est comme la cavalerie, elle n'est jamais en retard.
Le timing est parfait. Et ben en fait, par contre, il n'y a qu'un seul micro, donc il faudra que. Voilà.
Hein,
Il n'y a qu'un seul micro, pas assez passer. Ça va. Voilà.
Bonjour Cassilde.
Bonjour,
Ça va
et toi?
Ça va bien. Ravi d'être
Comment ça- tu
d'avoir
m'as dit-
l'occasion de te
Tout le
voir.
monde m'a dit que tu étais là et j'étais hyper triste de ne pas t'avoir vu, donc voilà.
Tu veux le reste de la FD sur toi?
Il faut dire que moi, on m'a utilisé pour me foutre sur tous les panels, donc je cours d'un panel à l'autre.
Moi, je fais plutôt le reste. C'est l'équipe de l'Edry sur les panels. On va peut-être commencer. Je dis un mot d'introduction, je te passe le
Tout de suite,
micro.
attends, je sais plus comment ça se passe.
En fait, nous, on dit un mot d'introduction. Parce qu'il y a 3 séquences.
Et on est sur je suis sur la première, hein, c'est ça? Oui, bah écoute, moi après j'ai les éléments de. Voilà, donc
Ok. Bah donc, moi, je fais une petite
facilité de 250. Ok, bah
introduction.
parfait.
Je te passe la parole juste après.
C'est nickel.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon to you all. It's good to see you. I'm Sébastien Treyer. I'm the director of IDRI, the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations. So on behalf of I4CE and IDRI, I'm very pleased to welcome you in the IDFC pavilion. And really thanks to IDFC for having us. And I think it's an important place to be. So I'm not making just advertising for IDFC, but I think it's really a very important discussion that we have, given the importance of the finance discussion everywhere here at COP27. And I wanted to underline that it's not just that the political onus is on finance because of the promises that the northern countries have made, but it's also because of course, of the financial situation that is extremely complicated for vulnerable countries, least developed countries, but also lower middle income countries, those who were on the verge of emerging and have been really struck not only by COVID, but also by the consequences of the Russian war in Ukraine, and by, of course, the amount of catastrophic events that are linked to climate change. The other thing that I think is really important and why finance is so central in this COP27 is that there are often a lot of underlying assumptions behind the idea that if we manage to have a step change on the amount and nature of finance that is mobilized for the energy transition, this will also trigger lots of other mechanisms, unlocking other dimensions that are political, social, organizational, etc. And that was very striking in a study that we did with African colleagues in the framework of a platform of sustainability think tanks between Europe and Africa called UKAMA, when we were analyzing the South African JETP, the South African Just Energy Transition Partnership. A lot of the assumptions was that if we managed to have a step change in finance, then it would unlock the political economy of change in the electric sector. It would also change a lot of social and organizational, it would also unlock a lot of other dimensions like social and organizational. And I think we need to also understand, I mean, that's striking to me and maybe a little bit out of the scope of this meeting, but on the loss and damage discussion, a lot of discussion is of course about the fact that without finance we can't do anything to repair the damages, but that to some extent people make the assumption that with finance we are also going to be able to fix the social fabric that is really being impaired a lot by the catastrophic events. And that idea that finance is central and can do miracles, I think we need to discuss that, and this is at the heart of this discussion today. This is why we have to unpack the 3 sessions that we have today about how is it that the way we look at long-term strategies to really align in a pluralistic debate all the different stakeholders, business, finance people, civil society, government, how this discussion around long-term strategies is one of the key elements through which the mobilization of new investment capacities is not just about having an investment plan, but also the capacity to unlock the changes that we need to have within the country and in the relation between the country and the external world. So this is why I'm really happy to be introducing this session this afternoon. Again, thank you very much to all the strategic partners with whom we have organized this meeting, the 2050 Pathways Platform, IDB, AFD, and I'm really happy to then pass the microphone to Cacile Bronière from AFD, the NDC partnership, and of course the co-organizers I4C. So thanks for being here. Now I pass the floor to Cacile.
Thank you very much, Sébastien. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for us to share the introduction to this workshop with IDRI and on the challenge of implementing long-term strategy, which is utmost importance to achieve carbon neutrality. Paris agreements invites countries to formulate and submit long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategy with the objective of having a relevant framework at country level. So I'm here to talk, among others, about our 2050 facility, which is one of my favorite tools in AFD, so I'm very happy about that. It's a 30 million grants program which aims supporting countries to map out feasibility pathway for long-term low-carbon and climate-resilient development, and to inform NDC revision, translation of strategy into sectorial planning, public policy and investment plan, and to build national capacity. This facility finance studies technical assistance in more than 20 countries, including Nigeria, Indonesia, India, South Africa, and with the support of many partners, think tank, National Research Institute, modeling team, and the leadership of country, and that's quite important. The objective is to build long-term dialogue on pathway, and it's in the title of the facility. Our long-term, our term is 2050, and so it shows that the idea is to project in not tomorrow, not now, but to go out from the actual problem and see what it can be and what can we do for the long term. So I will try to share with you the first lessons we have of this facility after 4 years of implementation. And we have five recommendations and lessons that I can share. The first one is that supporting long-term strategy requires a long-term dialogue. It can be evident, but sometimes with the political pressure you can forget it, but it's really not just a document. It's not just a study, it needs regular updates with the best available science, additional work to depend some analysis, and it has to be translated in policy, in investment action plan. This was the case in South Africa with the JET-P, which a concrete example of implementation of Southern long-term strategy submitted in 2020 to serve the net zero goal in a coordinated manner by authorities and the international community. Here at COP27, AFD is implementing the French commitment by signing the first budget financing for public policy with South Africa, 300 million out of the 1 billion envelope promised in total. So this financing will support country authority effort in carrying out the reform necessary to achieve their climate commitment, to reduce inequality, and to restructure the electricity sector. This announcement demonstrates that 1 year after the signing, the declaration at COP26, the partnership is delivering concrete results and effective funding. So this is the first lesson. It has to be long-term. The second one is that formulating and implementing a long-term strategy needs a participative approach and stakeholder engagement to ensure country ownership and leadership. It's the second, but it could have been the first. In Colombia, more of 2,000 meetings were organized during 22 months of national consultation with the government, local authority, private sector, civil society, including indigenous communities. The second panel of this workshop will highlight the specific role of private sector in the long-term strategy implementation and how deep decarbonization pathway, DDP, are relevant for discussion with the corporate. Our third lesson is that engagement of key ministry other than environment and development, economy, finance, planning is essential. So it has to mobilize moreover the climate people in a country. As we know that the transition will require a deep transformation of economy with a strong impact on all the sectors, especially industry, agriculture, but also on society. It's a question of transforming the society with job loss, reconverting thousands of workers, etc. Our first lesson is that long-term need to include not only low-carbon aspect, but also adaptation, social dimension to ensure sustainable development. In the Paris Agreement in 2015 only mentioned mitigation aspect of long-term strategy. It has been recognized in the last IPCC report that the necessity to promote climate resilience development pathway that have been timely, anticipatory, integrative, flexible, and focused on action. This is the case for the recent long-term strategy formulated by Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, and Vanuatu, the three financed by AFD with the technical support of GGGI and released at the occasion for this COP, which takes in account climate risk and address vulnerabilities. The social dimension is crucial. We see how the just dimension is key to make the transition socially acceptable by the population, and other donors partners are working on this by promoting a green job transition, but also reinforcing social protection mechanism. Each country has its specific and solution need to be tailor-made. For example, we are supporting the University of Costa Rica to assess the employment potential in future net zero emission in Costa Rica. The analysis estimates job per canton, socio-economic region, development pole, and country for 144 economic activity. To give some examples, the GEM modeling tool developed by AFD produced integrated study of socio-economic impact and climate change. So this lesson is about, it's not only scientific modeling and projection, it's also about changing the society, and it has to be just so it can work. And the last lesson is awareness building at national level is the only way to achieve a collective long-term mission in which all members of society are educated and empowered to make climate-conscious decisions. reinforced national, ministerial and research unit. It's very important in the long-term strategy that have been raised and become real with JETP, etc. The research in the country was mobilized, and in a lot of cases, and especially in South Africa, they had more influence and more action because of the research in the South. Technical cooperation and capacity building are key enablers to facilitate technology development. For example, the DDP project in Nigeria with IDRI, where building local capacity and working with national team is key to ensure ownership and success. It's particularly important to create a community knowledge. So as a conclusion, I would like to thank the organizer for this workshop, IDRI and I4C, also for their strong engagement and valuable work on this topic, which is not easy. I would also like to thank countries' representatives, Nigeria, India, Indonesia, South Africa, and partners for the public-private sector, who will share their specific experience of implementing long-term strategy. And lastly, I would like to congratulate India for its very rich long-term low-emission development strategy submitted in the UNFCCC this Monday. Thank you very much.
President Macron called for a ban last week at the beginning of COP for a ban on state mining.
I think we can now go to the first session of this three-part afternoon, and I give the floor to Louise from I4C.
Thank you very much, Sébastien. So the first part of this event will be on the role of finance ministers in LTS implementation. Oops, sorry. Pardon? Yeah, okay, fine. So the question we ask ourselves at I4C, the Institute for Climate Economics, is really how you go from a national decarbonization roadmap or a long-term strategy to its effective implementation, so achieving a low-carbon and resilient economy. So we started with a diagnosis, and we found that there were 4 key challenges associated with the implementation of long-term strategies. Oops. The first one is that long-term strategies are based on a 2050 plus time horizon with intermediate time frames, and this is not the regular time horizon of political and administrative processes. So this is difficult for them to address, sometimes because of political instability, but mainly because of the short electoral cycles. The second challenge is around LTS are based on profound structural changes. So today, most countries are already engaged in mitigation actions, are already supporting adaptation efforts. However, very few of them, I don't know if there's any, are really engaged in the structural deep shifts of the economy which are needed to achieve the LTS targets. The third challenge is the lack of interministerial collaboration. So very often the long-term strategies are designed by the Ministry of Environment or the Ministry of Energy, and the involvement of finance ministers and other line ministries is often quite limited. So again, this could be a challenge for LTS implementation. And the fourth challenge is the fact that external factors can happen and can shift the focus of public action away from climate change. So as we see, this is the case today when we see with the rising interest rates, rising energy prices, and which leads countries who have released their LTS to actually engage in actions which go against the LTS. So for instance, we have fiscal shields put in place by many countries, including France. So we argue that a public finance strategy is needed as a first step towards LTS implementation. So first of all, to bridge the gap between the short-term and the near-term objective. It's really not about making small incremental change for the next year, for the next 5 years. It's really about thinking the whole pathway to 2050. The second one, thank you. The second one is to why a public finance strategy is needed is to anticipate growing demand for public funding to support climate investments and policy. So even if the cost of climate investments, climate infrastructure is likely to go down because of economies of scale or technical progress, the volumes will increase significantly, and we think that the volume effect will dominate the price effect. So there'll be more and more demands on public funding for the climate. And it's not only the fact that there'll be more demand, but you also have to manage these demands over time. Thank you very much. So for instance, you can imagine that for projects which are not yet profitable, in the first time you'll need quite a lot of subsidies, but then as soon as it's profitable, you can let the private sector take over, and then the focus will be maybe on another type of investment. A third reason why a public finance strategy is needed is to reorient public spending away from fossil fuels and towards climate action. So here, tools green budgeting can be helpful if they cover both green and brown expenditure. So, for instance, in France, the green budgeting, which was released at the same time as a draft finance bill back in September, indicated that the fiscal shield to protect households from the rise in energy prices already represents 45 billion. So this is considerable. So the fiscal shield, third reason why public finance strategy needed. And the final one is to manage financial constraints at the government level. So we already argued that there will be more demand for public spending for the climate, but then it's all about how do you fund this at the government level. So having an assessment of potential sources of funding, sources of revenue which can be mobilized. So maybe putting an end or reforming fossil fuel subsidies, but also thinking about international finance, green bonds, and other ways of bridging the funding gap. And for all these reasons, we think this calls for a key role of finance ministers, because they are in the government, they're those who are the most used to thinking over very long time frames, for instance, in the context of investment plans or when they think about pension plans. Often finance ministers have the reins on the budget, so they're already used to working with different line ministries. And also they have a very, very good view of government spending, government revenues, and all this. So we thought about it a bit more, and what should this public finance strategy cover? So a public finance strategy for the transition, we think, should cover at least 3 blocks. The first one is an investment block. So we think this is a starting point, and I think it was a point which was mentioned by Sébastien Treyer. It's the finance. The finance is the one that will trigger the political economy. So here, what we mean by investments is that the LTS will provide information on what are the needed equipment, infrastructure to reduce emissions. And here, having an estimate of all this investment needs can then help design the public policies in place. So here we go to the second block, public action. Given this investment gap, which public policies do you put in place? What type of support for investments? What will be the impact on national budgets? And then you have, of course, the third block about what are the macroeconomic implications. Of course, LTS, as we said before, will represent like very deep structural shifts in the economy, which will affect trade and other macroeconomic variables. And just as an illustration, so the starting point, and this is a work that I foresee has been engaged for a couple of years, is an assessment of the climate investment needs. So this is based on something that we release every year, which is called Climate Finance Landscape for France. And what we do is we look at the annual flow of climate investment in France. So this is a blue bar on the left. So in 2021, there were around 82 billion euros of climate investments in 3 key sectors, which are buildings, transport, and energy production. And then we compare these current flows to the climate investment needs based on here 5 decarbonization scenarios. So the first one in black is a French official roadmap, which is called the Stratégie Nationale Bas Carbone. And then, you can see the gap to the investment needs is around 22 billion euros per year by 2030. And then we also did the comparison with 4 other scenarios from the French Energy Agency. All of these scenarios aim for a zero net emissions in 2050, and we can see that the investment gap is between 22 and 30 billion euros every year. So thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to my colleague Chloé, who will present a tool we have designed to help finance ministers implement the LTS. Thank you. Thanks, Louise. Oh, okay. Does it work like this, or? Okay, perfect.
So as Louise was saying, and now that we've established the need for a financing strategy for LTS, I want to present a tool that we've been working on at I4C, which is a dashboard to help finance ministers understand and assess the implications of LTS implementation. So, as I was saying, the dashboard is really meant to contextualize national long-term strategies, and we made it to be a flexible tool so that it can be used in both developing countries and developed countries. So some of the key requirements that we had for the dashboard is that, maybe something I should say first, it's a template, so it's not a model, so it will not run computations on its own. But so this allows us to create something that is really flexible. And so what we've done is that we created a tool that has indicators that are both relevant, robust, and also fillable. We made sure that the dashboard would give out key insights on the LTS as well, and also that it would be user-friendly, so it takes the form of an Excel spreadsheet. And finally, it is modulable to different national contexts, and it is modulable over different timeframes. So as Louise was saying a little bit, the implementation of LTS takes place over different timeframes, and we wanted to make sure that finance ministries could have that picture really clearly from the onset. And so maybe something I would like to mention is that for this project, we received the support from the 2050 Pathway platform, which is hosted at the ECF. So to develop this tool, we went through a 3-step approach. We started with a literature review to understand a little bit what was done and what was published on the impact of LTS implementation on public finance, but also macroeconomic concerns. We realized that not so much was done at this stage. So we moved on to hosting interviews with key stakeholders, some of which were within ministries of finance, so practitioners. We had interviews with roughly 6 countries. We also had interviews with other key stakeholders, so CSOs, academics, for example, and international organizations. This really helped us frame the context for the project and understand a little bit more how our tool would be helpful. And finally, we went through internal and external reviews of the tool before moving on to properly creating the dashboard that I will present to you after. So here's what we got from interviews while we were preparing the project. So really, we believe that we've produced a tool that can be helpful to mainstream climate issues within ministries of finance that are at this stage not fully aware of LTS contents and LTS constraints as well. And we wanted to make sure to highlight the challenges and the opportunities, the economic opportunities that can ensue from the full implementation of LTS. So the idea is really to have a tool that can help mainstream LTS within teams that are not working on climate issues within ministries of finance. So the tool also has been designed so that it can help and can serve as the basis to develop a financing strategy, as Louise was explaining, and foster interagency collaboration. Okay, so we've also identified several users for our tool. There will be information providers, so those are usually people within ministries of finance, Bureau of Statistics, Ministry of the Environment, etc., that can provide information that will be helpful for ministries of finance later on. Other users are analysts that will propose policy options for the implementation of the LTS. And finally, we have decision makers. So decision makers will use the dashboard to understand how to best implement the LTS and also understand how they can both revise or design LTS themselves, so get involved in the process. This is a really important part. Okay, so I will move on now to an overview of the dashboard. Sorry. So we've split it into 4 tabs. As I was saying earlier, it's an Excel spreadsheet, so it doesn't have any macros. It's pretty straightforward. But basically, we have 4 tabs. The first one is an overview of the LTS. It's really meant to familiarize users with the contents of the LTS, which they may not know from the onset. The second tab is on climate investments, so all the investments needed to trigger the real economy changes that are laid out in the LTS itself. The third tab will be on the policies and financing that are needed to trigger said investments, so to trigger the climate investments. And finally, we're looking at macro implications of LTS implementation. If we go in a little bit more detail, so the first tab really will just bring back, will summarize all the goals laid out in the LTS at different milestones, both on the dimension of adaptation, mitigation, but also development. And then the tab will also help highlight areas that may not have enough information in the LTS. So this can be helpful, especially if you're trying to revise the LTS. And finally, this tab is really helpful to start translating or to prepare the work for the translation to climate investment, to which I'm coming right now. So when we're talking about climate investment, what we're looking at in the file is current and planned investments for the transition, both on the mitigation and adaptation side. And we're also looking at investments that are harmful for goals laid out in the LTS. Overall, this provides an overview of the investment gap and also the areas that need to be reformed. For the policies and financing, so as I was saying, it's really trying to think about the current or planned policies that will trigger the investments needed for the implementation of the LTS. And so what we're looking at is both an overview of every existing policy in the government, as much as users can fill it, but also public spending, public spending that is related to those policies. So here we're getting a little bit closer to what Louise was mentioning earlier, which is a green budgeting process. So we're looking both at positive or environmentally friendly spending, but also harmful spending that needs to be reformed. And finally, in this tab, we're also looking at sources of funding for policies and other actions that need to take place at the governmental level. So when we talk about funding, we're looking at fiscal revenue, but we're also looking at debt, for example, debt instruments. And so finally, we have the macro implication tab. So we understand that LTS, being what it is and requiring real economy changes, we see that it will have an impact on GDP, it will have an impact on key sectors of the economy or on the structure of the economy. These impacts need not to be negative, but they need to be managed by finance ministers, especially as they pertain to the long term. And so we really wanted to highlight key elements to be considered. So output, other socioeconomic indicators, debt, prices, so consumer indices, for example. Currencies, it's particularly relevant for developing countries, and foreign exchange balance, for example, and trade indicators. So this is what we have as a bit of an overview. We anticipate some challenges in when countries are trying to fill this dashboard in the first place. We understand that it requires a lot of information and that in the alpha version it is quite unlikely that everyone will be able to fill the dashboard, even a very developed country. So we completely encourage versioning for that purpose. And there are obviously solutions that are built in the dashboard so that countries can start using it even if they have very limited amount of information. So we have indicators that are easy to fill, and we have 3 levels. It goes from easy to difficult, and then we also have levels of priority for the indicator. So we rank the priorities from highest to lowest. There's again 3 levels, and this will help users get a first good picture with indicators that are relevant. And so we have a report that has been published on this. We also have a short video to explain a little bit more the rationale for this project. And very soon we're going to publish the dashboard as well as a user guide. So that's it for me. And I will leave the floor to Marcella for a short panel. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Luis and Chloe, for giving all this context for this conversation that we now going to have, a brief panel to hear from different perspectives, precisely on this topic on LTS and investment planning, and these type of tools to engage public finance policymakers. So I am very, very pleased to invite here to join me in the panel, Joana Arriagada, lead of capacity building in the Ministry of Environment of Chile. Please join me here. We also have Susan Olbrich, a climate policy specialist at UNDP. And online, we should have Paknor Siafundi, a senior policy analyst from the Center of Climate Finance and Multilateral Fiscal Policy in Indonesia. Can I just confirm that I have you online and can you hear as well? Excellent.
Yes, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so basically we just want to start to hear from different perspectives on this conversation that we just started here. Actually, I would like to start with you, Pak Noor. We know Indonesia is a leading country. You have been doing a lot of work on planning the low carbon, the net zero transition, and the climate resilient transition. And you have also advanced a lot of tools and planning on the financing side, on the public sector side. So we are really, really curious to know, if you can share with us, how is Indonesia approaching the financing of the transition to low carbon and resilient economy over time, and how you are engaging with different stakeholders on that process of the financing and implementation?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. So
Called upon to
for sure, based on our NDC, and as you already know that Indonesia has expressed our enhanced NDC towards 2030, and also we have a commitment to reach net zero emission by 2060 or sooner with our long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience 2050. So then based on that, our government set how much the investment cost that will be needed to achieve that target. And so far, based on our third PUR, it mentions that we will need about 4,000 Indonesian rupiah to reach our NDC. Even that's our commitment at 29%. And from that, so we provide a strategy on how we may manage different sources of financing. The first is coming from domestic, that consists of the state budget and non-state budget, and from the international, we define there are two kinds of sources. It's coming from bilateral and multilateral. And from the state budget, based on our quite few times, we conducted what is so-called as the climate budget taking, where from that we acknowledge our government spending dedicated for mitigation and adaptation. The initiative started by 2016, and today we also have expanded the climate budget taking for gender responsive as well as on the regional level since 2020. And from the state budget, we have different initiatives as well, that we provide fiscal transfer for regional government, and we since last year we have law number 7 mentioning that we will have the carbon tax. And on the financing sources, we have the green finance. First, we have green sukuk that been introduced by 2018, and last year we also introduced what is so-called SDGs one. And today we are working quite strong with different stakeholders to provide what is so-called as blue financing. We still have no certain decision that we will use either sukuk or bond in the coming future. From the non-state budget, we have different sources so far, and we are expecting carbon trade in the future, and there are also different sources like from state-owned enterprises, from the public service agency like the Indonesia Environment Fund, and we also have different kind of capital market that we expect can also support the climate finance. And from the international, from the multilateral, our office, Fiscal Policy Agency is our national designated authority for green climate fund, and we have different kind of other multilateral agencies that are working with relevant government agencies like Global Environment Facility as well as Adaptation Fund, and different MDBs and international financial institutions can also working as our international sources to also finance our climate in Indonesia. There is from different source of finance, but from the fiscal policies, actually we have different approach as well. From the state revenue, we provide different levies that also can be like put it into the economy and can be financed different environmental and climate action in the public level, and we also have different tax facilities or incentives like tax allowance or tax holiday to support the investment in renewable energy and also in electric vehicle. There is from it, and in terms of how we also engage with different stakeholders from the source of financing in terms of the mitigation and adaptation. We are working quite close with the different both land ministries as well as the international organization that we may able to like benchmark and gather different ideas on how we may manage our climate finance in the future, and then that's why we have today different innovative financing, even coming from different initiatives with regard to the we can call it climate budget taking as well as the different initiatives that have been conducted previously. This is from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you touched very many relevant issues. Like, it was good to understand how you are seeing these different sources of finance. You're working at the national level with different policy and instruments at the national level, but also you have all the international ecosystem coming together to join forces in other areas. And well, working with line ministers, which was one of the messages that we heard at the very beginning about one of the key actions that need to happen to enable that transition, the action on the ground. So thank you very much for that. But I now would like to move to another area of the world, Chile, another leading country. You have already submitted your long-term strategy with your carbon neutrality objective, with your climate and resilience adaptation. And the country has been working also for long in all the aspects of financing and implementation. So we will also be very happy to hear from Chile. How is Chile approaching this financing and implementation element of the strategy, and how you're engaging with different actors within the government and outside?
Yeah, thanks, Marcela, for the question. Well, in Chile, in the last June, we have published our climate change framework law. So now we have all the framework, the public framework, to implement different instruments, sectoral mitigation plan, sectoral adaptation plan, but also at regional and local level. So the law established very clear the responsibilities to do these all instruments by the sectoral ministerials, but also by the regional government and local government. We need to have 16 regional action plans and 1,350 local plans in 3 years. So we have a lot of work to do right now. We are working the regulations. I think it's that will work. And in financial, our law now gives the responsibility to our Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance should coordinate all the economical instruments that we will use at the national level. In the last year, we are, I think in 2020 and 2021, we are design our long-term strategy, and as the presentation before, we have a lot of goals and goals. I think we have like 14 sectors there, and each sector has like 5 goals, 5 objectives, and each objective has, I don't know, 3 goals. So it's a big instrument, and yeah, now with the plans, with the sectoral plans, we need to go to the action of how we will reach these goals and plans. So yeah, we have a lot of work on that. And in the financial aspect, we use different instruments. We use the main is the debt economical instrument. We use the green bonds and also result payments for doing the biggest investment. For example, for transport, we need to enhance our train system, and we need also to strengthen our houses with energy efficiency standards, with solar panel, with water by solar. I don't know the word, but that I think is the biggest investment that we have. But we also have many projects with the financial mechanism of the convention, with the Green Climate Fund, with the Global Adaptation Fund, with the GCF, and other bilateral support with the banks, with the Euroclimate Plus, and other donors. So I think we are using all the instruments that we can use. We have also the green tax, but it's not directly to climate change action. We at the national budget, we have like a big I don't know. We have like a big bag with all the money from the country, and there is also the green tax. And now with the implementation of the law, the national budget give also to climate action or the climate design of the policies mainly. So we try to use all the economical instrument. And we also have, I remember the last part of the question, we have like a technical interministerial group where all ministerial are participating in this group, and we are coordinate all the activities in all the ministers, so all the ministries. So we have this group from since 2015. So we have some experience with them, so we are continuing working with them.
Thank you. And I think in Chile it's very interesting to see the institutional structure that has been put in place. Like you were saying, since 2015 you are already having this engagement group, but also very relevant the climate change law that you have, and that actually gives very much clarity about who is responsible for what, and giving that clarity on the role of Minister of Finance, so they can also be clear about what is it that they need to be doing in this process. So I think that's super interesting, and thank you for sharing that. So now I'm going to move to Suzanne. So we were listening at the first panel about the relevance of these investment plans, and we hear all the time here about the needs of these investment plans, but we know many countries have been working on them. We know there is some experience on that, and we know UNDP has been working with many countries on this area and moving on implementation. So it would be great to know a little bit like, how are you supporting countries on these aspects, and what is the experience? What have you seen? Where we are with these investment plans? So please go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me. And I'm really so happy to hear about the experiences both from Chile as well as from Indonesia. It's also countries that we are working very closely with, working with the United Nations Development Program. And also, yeah, the support that I'm going to outline is also very complementary with what we heard from the previous speakers. We heard Louise speaking about tools that need to deliver structural changes, about still some lack of interministerial engagement that we see in many countries. There was Chloe outlining about the dashboard and the various steps about that. And really, our work at UNDP is very much aligned with that also. And I think that speaks to the fact that I think we are all seeing certain challenges that countries are faced with across the board, and we are trying to find ways to assist countries on how to address them. And at UNDP, we're doing a whole range of different things, but I'm just picking one example here on how we're supporting on these finance aspects. And this is, so UNDP is seeing that there's countries often struggling with this bottleneck of implementation. So typically we have an LTS or a nationally determined contribution that sets out a quite high level target of what should be done, but then really for a country to go and implement and break it down into more concrete steps of action, this usually comes with a whole number of questions like, how much will that cost? From what sources would that come from? What are actually the real like implementation and action and steps that this overall target would translate into? So to help countries address these questions, we have come up with an approach for countries to do financial assessments with the idea to go beyond listing these are the overall costs, but really saying, okay, what finance is already being spent within the country, domestically, public finance, public budget, private finance, household finance, and in what way can this be first allocated in a more efficient way to make sure that we are not just subsidizing the brown agenda and not having perverse incentives, but really moving towards financing a green agenda, and then on top of that see what is additionally needed to implement our LTS or our nationally determined contribution. The way this typically works is that countries develop with us two financial scenarios for the future. One is a business as usual scenario, just continuing what's happening right now into the future, and the other is really a target scenario that says, okay, if we are really going to seriously implement our LTS or our NDC, then this is what will be needed. And then really from seeing the differences in these two scenarios, countries do not only see, oh, this is the big gap that we have, but really see like what is the way to move towards a target scenario. So what would be needed by when and from whom, and what types of technologies we need to shift or what types of sectors we need to shift. So I'm saying that to say that countries who have been doing that typically tend to benefit in two ways. On the one hand, being more efficient with domestic finance, and on the other hand also having better chances in mobilizing international finance, because of course it typically makes a difference if a country can say we need exactly so and so much to do A, B, C until this and this by this and this sources, rather than saying we need much, we don't know exactly how much. So of course there's much more to say about that. I think I'll stop here just to say that these financial assessments, probably just to close, of course this is not just a purely technical work. Of course it has a data side, it has a scenario side, but of course it also implicates the policy side. So that means ministries across all the different key line ministries need to be engaged, not only Ministry of Environment. We need to have all this buy-in, and also by doing this, countries are really making the business case for action, because it also shows if we do not act, this is how much it costs. It's not just we are costing how much climate action costs versus there's nothing, no other cost, but this is the cost that occurs if we do not act. Right, I think I'll stop here, yeah, and hand it back. Yes.
Thank you very much. And definitely, I couldn't agree more with the idea of how this planning, this long-term strategies planning, can then help understand the what, by when, and who. And I think we heard a lot of examples, like from Chile, you were talking about all the specific measures, and the who is in the law, and so now working on how is much different, right? Because you have some specific areas, and similarly, we're hearing from Indonesia quite a lot of specificities about what it means for them to move ahead. So this is a short panel. We're very close to the end, so we have very few time left. But we have a final question for the three of you. And I'll basically like to go back to PAC-Nord. But I would like to hear from you, what are the main challenges that you're still encountering on the financing side, and how do you think a tool like the finance dashboard that was just presented today could be helpful to address some of those challenges?
Yes, thank you. For sure that in terms of the capacity, we have very limited capacity. Based on our study, it shows that to meet the 29% target of our NDC with with the current situation from the public and private finance, we there are still about 40% gap to meet that 29% and becoming more. It's about 55 percent if we try to achieve the 41% the conditional target. So then on the other hand, we also have various challenges too. The first is how we may optimize the mobilization of the non-state budget of the climate change funding sources, and we need to also that after the COVID, so we need to like ensure that the economic recovery and transition to green economy is just and affordable. And then we also need to strengthen the viability of green projects so that they can be financed by the financial sector and receive international support. And about the dashboard that already today is being presented by our colleagues from IFOC, I think it's in line with our medium strategy in the future, that we also willing to provide the climate finance dashboard in the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia, and even today working together with our colleagues from UNDP, we are preparing the link between the climate budget taking with the register, the MRP system in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So then after that we are moving on how we may also like link the climate finance, public climate finance to different innovative policies related to the carbon, including the carbon pricing that in the future we are expecting it's becoming prominent in the future. And also we are today preparing different innovative policies, including just like the Master of Ceremony mentioned that we are preparing the energy transition mechanism as well as different financing, including blue and biodiversity that will also give impact to our NDC and NZE government in the future. So I think some tools that may answer both the micro and macro level of perspective, will be very beneficial for us, for the Ministry of Finance, particularly for Fiscal Policy Agency of Indonesia, I think, and then based on that, so we may like provide different policy recommendations based on that kind of dashboard. So in which we need to strengthen our policies, and the sector that need more support from the Ministry of Finance. So I think something that handy, but may provide very complete and comprehensive policy scenario will be very fruitful for the policy recommendation preparation for us. Then we'll be very happy if we have the opportunity to learn more about this dashboard, and then we may working together with that dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for highlighting some of those areas that may be more relevant to further development or the macroeconomic area. Definitely an area where we want to deepen a little bit more. So yeah, now I'd like to go to Joanna. Same question really, what those main challenges and how do you think this dashboard may be useful for that, to addressing those challenges?
Yeah, our law established a goal to reach carbon neutrality and resilience to 2050. But also we have a lot of principles that integrate the transversal approach in all the climate action, like climate justice, gender equality, based nature solutions. So we have different transversal approach that now we need to connect with the projects and bring finance for those projects. So it's a very difficult challenge that we have. And we also, in the parallel, we have a decentralization process in our country to give more capacity to all our region and territories. So we need to enhance local and regional capacity to understand how mitigation action they can implement, what adaptation action they can implement, and which are the financial mechanisms that they could access. So it's very difficult to advance if we don't have capacity at the local and regional level. So maybe we are thinking that maybe we need to develop some kind of draft of project proposal that we can implement at the local level, because sometimes needs are very similarity between different territories. For example, in energy, transport, we have some kind of similar project. So maybe we can have some like a basis of draft proposal that that regional and local level can start from there and add their specific realities and needs. So maybe that I think is our most challenge. And in this sense, with the Ministry of Finance and also with the Development Regional Sub-Secretary, we have like a work group where we invite also all the regional governments to work together and look a financial way to move forward local and regional projects. Yeah, that I think it's our most challenge. And we also have a challenge about the green taxonomy, because maybe we have a lot of projects and there UNDP has a role in you are supporting the Ministry of Finance on that, and we are working all with Ministry of Financing, and we need to define which type of project will be contribute to the mitigation goals and adaptation goals, because that in this moment is not so clear. Some part think that some projects are will be help to us to reach the goals, but maybe we have some problem with adaptation or climate risk, so we need to analyze all the things together. Yeah.
Thank you. And that last point actually may be an area where we can look into more detail and see how a tool like this could be helpful in that conversation. But definitely as well, the subnational level is something that keeps coming up quite strongly. But then as Susan, also in the experience that you have had supporting many countries as well, what are the main challenges that you have found that they are facing, and how do you think a tool like this could be helpful?
Yeah, thank you a lot. I mean, definitely we have seen a lot of changes. Yeah, let's be frank. And I mean, and they come on so many different levels also, right? I mean, all across the different aspects of reality. I mean, we're navigating so difficult times. So obviously we are living through an ongoing pandemic. We are seeing political instability. We are faced with like inflation and high rising food and fuel prices, disrupted supply chain. So there's a lot that governments already have to deal with. And then yet it's so important to act on finance and to pay for finance action. And so these financial assessments are a part of what we are trying to, how to address it in terms of helping countries to give them arguments why it can make also economic sense to act on climate. But as said, this is just one aspect out of several others that we also do. So for instance, another challenge that we see in many countries is that they want to more systematically engage the finance sector in being green and in contributing to climate rather than like being opposed to climate. So many countries are looking into how to set up green bonds. So we have brought together with some other experts a training on green bonds that is accessible to everyone, that's open, and that countries or anyone, any of us, can do to get a clearer idea how to move ahead on green bonds. Then also what we see and what was mentioned already, still it's often a challenge to get a diverse range of ministries and ministers engaged in the climate action, and so UNDP is supporting to address that with countries on the finance ministers for climate action coalition also. So one other thing that we are doing is working with countries, because we see, especially on energy, on addressing climate change, big topic for many countries is moving ahead on the energy transition. And so we see that often for investors, they see a too big investment risk to really go at scale into the energy sector. So that's another area of support where we are trying to support countries to help them de-risk investments associated with the energy sector. Then another thing is obviously private sector engagement. So of course, public finance will have to be a big part of it, but of course also we see the need to engage the private sector. So for instance, the Green Commodities Program from UNDP, we are trying to bring together producers in a very pragmatic sense to ensure that also supply chains are being greened. Yes, and I think with this I'll come to close. Thanks.
Thank you very much to the three of you, and I think it was very interesting to hear all the different experiences, and also always very interesting to hear when we're talking about investment planning and financing. We heard from all of you not only the part of actual projects and how we structure those projects and what could be the financial instruments, but we heard a lot about the policy side as well. Like all of you mentioned that, as well as a very key complementing area. So it's something that definitely go hands in hand, together with a lot of issues on the capacity on the ground and how to bring it to different actors. So I will close the panel there. I was really glad that you were all here. Thank you so much for sharing, and just a big round of applause for our panel, please. Thank you. Now I'll give the mic to, yes.
Thank you, Marcela. Hi, everyone. We will now move to the second part where we will talk about the engagement of the private sector. So in this part, we will do it in two main subparts. The first, I will just put on the table a few elements for the discussions, and then we will continue on a panel mode of exchange. But before, I would like to thank the French Facility for Global Environment that actually supported a project that we have been doing, so the DDP initiative with the ACT initiative. And actually most of the elements that I will present today as key insights are coming from lessons from this project that we just finished this year. So I wanted to thank again the FFM for their support. And before to start, just to remind that the origin of this project was to recognize that, the Paris Agreement recognized that there were two dynamics: the state dynamics for climate ambitions with the NDC's cycle, but also the non-state actors dynamic. And it was back in 2017 when we came to FFM and say, hey, we have a research project. We feel that today it's too disconnected between these two types of actors, and we want to build a research project. And they were almost the only one to believe at that time that this was a relevant topic to work on. So again, thank you for them for supporting us on this. And now let's move directly to the content. So I will pass these slides because my colleague after, Marta, I'm sure, will talk about the DDP, the Deep Decarbonization Pathways Initiative a bit. So I don't know where. Thanks. And I will so just provide, as I told you, like a few elements for the discussion that we will have after. So first, I think it's important to take a step back and look at where we are when we talk about private engagement. So these are just a few numbers to keep in mind. You know, the science-based targets are clearly the first step that the companies enter in. I mean, they were setting targets like it's similar to the countries in a way. And clearly, these are a few numbers that are interesting to check. Currently, is that we see a strong increase indeed in setting targets. But if we look at what they report, first, there is an insufficient report on target progress, which means that when they set a target, then there is no follow-up on where they are on this target. And the second one is that actually in many of the cases, they are lagging behind. I mean, a quarter, only 50% of the cases, they are really on track. So these points are just there to explain a bit on some facts why there is a growing concern on the credibility of those targets and some criticism of greenwashing. And as you know, at the beginning of this COP this year, we had a launch of the, let's say, of the first year of the report of the UNSG expert peer review group that works on the integrity of company transition plans and company commitments. So, and I will make the link now with the corporate climate transition plans. In a way, this is the DDP, a DDP type, a corporate type of DDP. That means it's exactly defining a pathway to reach their goals. So the first point was setting target. We have seen a bit where they are. And now we have seen an emerging agenda since a few years on this question of the corporate transition plans. And the ACT initiative that we have been working with is exactly working on this question of assessing transition plans. So we will focus a bit of the discussion on this question of transition plans or pathways, but from a corporate pathways. So what are the elements on this? So clearly, no. I would like to be back. Thanks. I will make you a sign. Thank you. So clearly on the definition, so you see the clear objective of the corporate transition plans are really to help company to align their business model. So this is really the core idea, so to describe how they are going to reach their goal. Again, if we look at the first number we have, which are not that good, the first point is that CDP has done a work on looking at the transition plans or looking at the information that the company reported to them, and only 1/3 of the 4,000 companies that are reporting to CDP, only 1/3 of them are saying or reporting that they are developing a transition plan. So many of them are yet in the situation of setting a target, but transition plans maybe later. Another point that also has been raised in other projects and in ours when we were doing it in Brazil and Mexico is the difficulty to access to some information. I mean, clearly when we try to assess some transition plans based on public data, it was horrible. I mean, we had almost no information. And when we try to engage bilaterally to get more information, it was a hard work that Rebecca will maybe tell a word after, because that's what our colleague from CDP Latin America in this project tried to do in reaching out to the companies and having all of the information. And I wanted to emphasize, as I mentioned, the UNSG high-level expert group report that has been published last week, that among the key recommendations that they are putting on the table, there is the mention of detailed transition plans. So I will now move to that point of saying what is or what should be a detailed transition plans, but I will not, to be sure, detail too much, please. And the situation, the landscape that we are seeing today is that there are different reporting standards, but let's say no clear only one. So here are a bunch of initiatives. I will not enter into the detail, but initiatives that try to qualify and work on this question of what should be the indicators of a transition plans, what should be what should be provided in order that we are able to assess the integrity of their commitments. We have been working with ACT that I mentioned just before, but there are a few. So the element that is important to keep in mind are the two ones here. What we have seen in our project is that in most of the cases, the different indicators that we asked company to report, they were not able, I mean, in many of them was really difficult to access them. So which means that in terms of the content, it was what we say too ambitious in many cases. But the big issue that we see in the next coming years is that current standards are ongoing. As you may know, at the international level, there are some standards at the European one by 2025, and internationally, the ISB is also a future international standard that will put some clear guidelines on what are the elements of transition plans that should be in. And the ACT initiative actually worked in this international standard space, and most of the elements that they require will be required in this standard. So the point that I want to make here is that there is a risk, I mean, for these standards will come. They will arrive in 2 years in Europe and probably also very soon at the international level too. And clearly today, we have noticed in this experimentation that they were not that, easily able to really provide the information required. The second lesson is that, on the other hand, companies were quite keen to discuss and participate to the conversation with us when we were putting on the table some long-term strategy, deep decarbonization pathways. Clearly, the engagement was quite fine. I mean, they wanted to really try to learn and see how they could also create more capacity on the different dimensions. Please, next slide. And I will not detail this slide and go very, very quickly to then engage more in the panel and the discussion. But these are a bit our messages on what to not miss. I'm telling this because what we are seeing is that very often detailed transition plans are, covering many modules, many indicators, and so on. And sometimes we miss the elephant in the room. We miss like the big topic. And okay, we'll look, on the side, on this element is good, this one is good, but the elephant in the room is not addressed. So clearly, for me and for us, the elephant in the room is that when discussing with company on their transition plans, the core sector of their activity, so the transformations of their core activity, which means that they need to tell us what are the vision of their existing and future business markets, what is actually the transition of their existing assets, how they see also the future new investment in production assets. This is like the scope 1 type of emission. This is what we should not miss and not be fine, let's say, with information that are provided on their policy engagement with suppliers or client. I mean, it's part of the big picture, that's true. I'm mentioning it in the second point, but we should focus and be sure that these transition plans are tackling the first element here. And then I'm just providing, but I will not detail it, some of the elements that we used directly in the method, like we want to know their investment, CapEx, we want to know what is their also investment in terms of R&D to understand where they are putting the money. We also want to know their service procurement because they think, more from a financial perspective on their operational expenditures. So we want to know where they are having expenditures in transport, packaging, all these, let's say, connected other activities that are not their core business, but they have a role. They can incentive through these expenditures also the transformation of this other sector. So I will stop here on this slide, just finishing by saying that's the message in red is like we should pay attention to not be focused too much on optimization of existing system and really be able to discuss how we implement the structural systemic change, meaning when we were working on the power sector, meaning, okay, you have a coal-fired plant that is there. When is the end of the, when do you plan to end it and how do you go there? Because in the future, you need to set a date and we need to be clear on it. So that's the type of element that we should not miss in such discussion and not be okay with other elements. Next slide, please. And the last element I wanted to mention is the link, of course, with national deep decarbonization pathways. I think it's quite central for two reasons. First, today, if you look at corporate transition plans, very often the reference scenario they are using are the IEA, global benchmark, global scenario at best, some regional one. But why is that important to assess their progress on the national basis? This is for these two reasons. First is that clearly on working on national deep decarbonization pathways at the national level will enable to discuss the set of action that needs to be implemented, and to still keep in mind that one of the main level for sovereignty and for action is at this level. The second point is for me fundamental. When a company is saying, yeah, I'm Paris aligned, for me Paris aligned has many meanings. One of them is the common but differentiated responsibilities. And clearly, a way to approach this question is to enter by having national deep decarbonization pathways that recognize different paths, that recognize different country specificities. And we believe that this is a way also to engage with companies on this question of being Paris aligned, or this dimension of what means being Paris aligned. And I will skip a bit the others that was just presenting how we can see it from an opportunity point of view for companies and what they can get from these aspects of cooperation or getting information from the national circumstances. And I will just say that clearly we have been tested this combined approach of discussing sectoral transition in the country, so putting clearly the companies on board saying this is where we want to go, and these are the scenario we'll use then to assess if you are aligned with, and then combining it with the assessment of their transition plans. And we found that these two tools clearly were one of the conditions, if we really want that they are useful and they are connected, was the capacity to connect on the underlying transformation. So what I said about connecting the CapEx with the real physical asset, connecting the operational expenditures with the transport expenditures and the transition of the transport sector at the same time. So being able to really make the concrete connection with the sectoral transformation. And last slide, please. And if you want to learn more about this project, so that's the website here. We have done a lot in it. So we have designed methods. We have produced scenarios. So our colleague from Brazil and Mexico are not there today from the DDP side, but we have produced scenarios of transition in these two countries. And of course, we have conducted, and maybe Rebecca will also say a word or express that, but with CDP Latin America and ADEM that are in the ACT initiative, they have conducted a lot of engagement with the private stakeholders. They have assessed around 10 companies in Brazil and 10 companies in Mexico, and all this information are public on the website here. And last slide, just to say thank you. Thank you for your attention. And now I will move directly to the panel discussion. I will invite Rebecca Lima, Executive Director of CDP Latin America, to join and take a seat. And normally online we should have Emily Castro, that is MRV Senior Technical Manager from the Science Based Target Initiative. I don't know if we are able to see her. Yes, great. Hi, Emily.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you. Works good, perfect. So then I will directly start with a quite simple question. I would like that you introduce just yourself, the role of your institution, also when discussing about transition plans, and of course your activity linked to it. So maybe I will pass you the floor first, Rebecca, to start.
Can I stand up? So because it's only me here in the podium, so I'll stand up if it is okay with you, Emily. So I start just presenting myself. My name is Rebecca Lima. I'm Executive Director for CDP in Latin America. For those of you that don't know, CDP is a nonprofit organization that works for more than 20 years, promoting disclosure and transparency from non-state actors, mainly companies, cities, states, and regions. And you basically ask them to disclose what they are doing in terms of mitigating and adapting to climate change and other environmental issues. So in terms of directly what we do regarding transition plan, when CDP asks the stakeholders to disclose on climate, we're not only talking about GHG emissions and how they're setting targets, but how they are preparing the entire organization in order to really commit to this target, which includes governance, includes transition plans, and currently we have more than around 25 KPIs regarding transition plans that we also require companies to disclose on. So Ian actually already gave some of our data. The data was pertaining to do. That's around 1/3 of the companies that already disclosed to CDP, the biggest one, the listed ones, they already have a transition plan. This is a way of looking at it, like they already have, but there's another 1/3 that plan to have a transition plan in the next 2 years. And for us, as CDP, we see the transition plan as a critical tool that will enable all the stakeholders to understand that this organization, this company is really committed to achieve the target. Overall, because I know we'll discuss the topic further afterwards.
Thanks, Rebecca. And Emily, please.
Wait, why didn't come in? I just got a call now. So sorry. Yeah, so I'm Emily Castro. I work for the Science Based Target Initiative, but I am actually hosted by CDP. The Science Based Target Initiative is a collaboration of 5 partners of CDP, World Resources Institute, Worldwide Fund, UN Global Compact, and Women Business. And it was created in 2015, and since its creation, the SBTI has focused on developing methods and guidance on how to set science-based targets aligned with Paris Agreement in a range of sectors, but also for different actors, including now not only corporates, but also financial institutions and small and medium enterprises. And actually, we have become like the de facto climate ambition standard in the corporate sector, with now over 4,000 businesses that are representing around 1/3 of the global market capitalization, and that have these companies that have been committed to set science-based target. And from these 4,000, around 1,900 have been validated their targets with the initiative. And how we are connected with the transition plans is that any credible transition plan, as one of the key elements, is to have science-based targets in place. And well, so that's actually what we do. And we have options for validating near-term targets, but also long-term and net zero targets. And maybe just to also frame the project I am working on that relates as well with transition planning, is that as the SBTI is growing, we find it also critical to expand our accountability, but also our incentives structure to provide more certainty to the investors and also to our stakeholders. Like what companies companies are not only setting credible targets, but also they are effectively decarbonizing in line with science, and the targets remain valid over time, and ultimately that the targets have achieved their goal. So those numbers that you presented before, Jan, about like that we're tracking the companies on how they are performing. This is something that we want to improve with the development of measurement, reporting, and verification framework, and moving our scope of work from the ambition, the certification and ambition, to the certification of the delivery of the targets. So just framing there what is also the aim of the MRB project.
Thank you, and I think it's quite important that everyone notice, and it's I will come back to you directly, Emily, because it's quite new. I think we said like science-based target is a first step, setting this target, but clearly you were telling you are in a new team that has been created in the science-based target initiative to try to, the measurement, reporting, verification, to try to indeed try to ensure that these targets are advancing and that the companies are really implementing them. So maybe can you, as I know the team is quite new, has been, this is a new group. Can you tell us how you see the challenges for, let's say, moving from this setting targets mode to really delivering the targets? I know it's a bit your motto, if I'm right.
Yes, well, we know that the challenges are huge, and I think that they would vary a lot depending on the sector we are focusing on and the type of actor. But well, we can see also not only from the target perspective, but also for the transition planning perspective, that we see companies that are lacking from having a clear delivery roadmap, that they have financial constraints for implementing measures for reducing emissions, or not making like clear business case for the decarbonization investment. And here, I think one of the main challenges that we know already, what we are hearing more and more, is around the supply, the decarbonization of the supply chain. And these are emissions that represent over 70% of the GHG inventories of companies. And actually, when we see our portfolio of targets, we have 96% of companies that have set Scope 3 emission targets. So this is quite a focus for us. And we ran recently a survey that covered different topics, but also Scope 3 challenges. And specifically, and I just wanted to share with you like the outcomes of this survey around the Scope 3 challenges, is that around 50% of the respondents that answered to this survey, they say, or they self-reported that they are off track of meeting their Scope 3 targets. Then they also find that it is more challenging to implement measures into specific sectors, which is in the upstream, the category 1, the purchase goods and services, and in downstream, the category 11, which are use of sold products. And the specific, and well, these two categories are quite relevant actually, because they represent above like 70% of the Scope 3 emissions reported regularly from companies, at least from the CDP questionnaire. Then the top challenges that they have shared about delivery is how they can influence the upstream suppliers, how they can influence the customers, the cost of decarbonization, the ability to track progress towards the target due to insufficient access to primary data, but also due to lack of knowledge or lack of understanding what really counts towards the target. And this specific part is where the project also wants to work on, not only the MRV project, but also we're starting a Scope 3, a specific Scope 3 project that will help providing better methodologies for setting targets in the Scope 3 sector, but also by providing more guidance to the companies, like what counts towards the achievement of targets, which sometimes it is not completely clear in terms of divestment, purchasing of renewable energy, forest land use, and agricultural interventions, changes in their emissions factors, insetting, etc. So there are like a long list of challenges. We are trying to deal with this through the development of this project, but also providing more guidance specific that responds to this demand of the companies that are part of the initiative.
Thank you, Emily, and I will ask you if you want the same, Rebecca, but I will move directly because I'm seeing the time. I will also make the two a bit together, so I will ask you also a bit the question after, and you can maybe try to combine, because I feel it's also going together. I mean, this question was about what are the challenges from setting targets, to delivering targets, but the other question I had was, I mentioned like the dimension to not miss if we want to ensure that they are delivering targets. So what are also the elements maybe from your experience that you have seen in the project and that you would like to share? But please answer the both of them. Thanks, Rebecca.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to answer both of them. For the first one, of course, I agree with our colleague Emily in a lot of aspects, but I just would like to add some aspects to it. But before that, I just would like to recap like what transition plan is in our view. So the setting a target or a science-based targets is the what, and a transition plan is the how. So it's really important to understand that transition plan should come along with the target. So it makes sense, like the challenges that I explained to you. So when we saw the data that you presented, we have 1,400 companies committed to science-based targets. And if I'm not mistaken, Emily can correct me, they all together, all the targets combined, aim to reduce their emissions for at least 90% by 2050. And a lot of these companies, as was said before, rely on their Scope 3 emissions and supply chain engagement in order to do that. So when you think about it, the target is reducing emissions, but in terms of the how, one of the main challenges is how to engage the supply chain in order for their the suppliers also reduce their emissions so they can meet their own targets. So supply chain engagement is definitely one of the main challenges when you think about scalability and achievement of these commitments, but also in our perspective, in the transition plan, it should be clear how the company will be adapting its business model and financial planning in order to actually deliver the target. So this is another challenge as well, because from the corporate perspective, you need to engage with the cross departments, including having your CFO on the table and CEO and board, and that's where governance come into place. So you can really adapt and prove that your business model and your finance planning would be still robust and reliable, even from two perspectives. One, in order to deliver the target, and the second is even with delivering and reducing emissions, it will still be like a very robust organization from the investment perspective. And the last challenge that I'd like to highlight, as Emily said, there are several, so I had to pick up some of them, relates to public policy, especially among some specific sectors that we know rely a lot on public policy in order to deliver the goals and change behavior. So just to mention some of them, like energy, for instance, like even with having targets, if you're in the energy sector, there's a lot you have to do in terms of engaging with public policy, with regulations, and then policy engagement has a really important role to play as well. In terms of don't miss, CDP just launched a report that was mentioned on Ian's presentation, and honestly, there's a really long list of don't miss, but I would like to personally highlight some of them, which should be governance. I've been working for CDP for 6 years and with corporate engagement and corporations, and if it's anything is not intrinsically embedded on the governance of any corporation, it won't move forward. And by governance, I mean like, yes, C-level being engaged on this, and the board of directors, and knowing what it is, and like how the company structure its governance in order to deliver this target and the transition plan. Financial planning, as I already said, is really relevant. It's really critical, not only that I ensure I'll have a robust business model and financial planning to my stakeholder, but also that the business model, the financial planning that I'm setting up, they set me up for success in terms of achieving the target, which means I'm actually driving capital, internal capital, towards my target, including innovation or whatever transition activities I have already mapped to implement in my organization. And lastly, just to say, as I already said, the supplier engagement, I won't expand on this because we already explained. It might be something that may appear to be simple to some supply chains, to some sectors, but it's definitely not.
Thanks, Rebecca, and Emily, if you want to add also just a complementary example of what you feel are the 1-2 key elements in transition plans, please feel free.
Yeah, definitely. The governance, it's already covered, but what I want to add is also focusing on interim targets. So establishing interim targets to make things more tangible is very, very relevant. So that is one point, and the other one that I think it is supporting the GHG overarching target with non-emission based metrics as well, KPIs that we can be able to measure, report, and verify, is something that is key. So having a robust mechanism for tracking, because whatever is done, if it is not measured, we cannot really know, we cannot ensure that it is occurring. So in terms of that, and I think you already presented them in the slide, in one of your slides, business and operational metrics, financial metrics, and internal governance metrics, setting as targets and KPIs that can be followed. For me, it is something quite important. And in terms of GHG accounting practices, follow the best practices there, GHG protocol, recalculation of your base year emissions once there is a structural change, because we have to also compare from what we started to be the same thing, or to compare like with like. So if there are changes after some time, we have to be able to ensure that we are that these changes, if they are structural, that there was a modification of the base year of the targets, and not only in terms of emissions, but also in other metrics that could be influenced. So that, for me, those are also key elements.
Thanks, Emily. And I will just finish with the last, but very short, like one sentence answer to this point. So you had maybe different experience on using, international pathways versus national pathways as benchmark to compare the companies. Can you just, in one sentence, tell us a bit, like from the perspective I presented on this question of equity, or in general, what you have feel, where it was relevant for you to, or advantages or disadvantages in one word between the two type of it. I start with you, Rebecca, or with you, Emily. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I can go ahead. So, also in the perspective of the science-based target, and just in one sentence, it's the global carbon budget, and how can we that we use the convergence approach that put all the companies into a common value in a future year. I think it is relevant that we don't miss that, and that we don't miss the ambition. So considering in our perspective, keeping an international pathway, but considering emission factors that are local, that are national, it's more relevant in our perspective.
I don't know if I can do it in one sentence, honestly. But let's start with the word would be complementary, because I do think both analyses, they are complementary. I won't say it in one sentence. That's okay. I'm sorry. We did actually a really good work with DDP in Brazil and Mexico, as already mentioned. And I think it was complementary that we did analyze companies' transition plan, and we sort of cross-check with the country level decarbonization pathway. And of course, the international agenda is extremely relevant when we are studying the path or the trajectory of these targets. However, analyzing also the national context is really relevant. When you are talking about the public policies that I set for some sectors, as I already mentioned, it's critical to understand what are the public policies that are set in place in that jurisdiction, in that country, that will allow, facilitate or make it more difficult for that company operating in that jurisdiction to actually achieve those targets. So I would say they are complementary. You need to consider both. Sorry.
Not sorry. Yeah, I agree. I think they are clearly complementary. So I will now just thank you, Emily and Rebecca, for being there today with us. And I will just close this panel, and by a bit of applause, if you want. And then I will pass the floor to my colleague Marta, I think, that will join for the next step. Thank you, Rebecca. Yeah. Do you want to? Oh yeah, or maybe in the end. Can we try? Yeah. Yes. Can you take a very short picture of us? I'll show you. Just wait a second. Yeah.
Emily, smile. It looks huge there.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Emily.
Hello, everyone. I know that we've been here for a while, so if you feel like you need a coffee, just grab a coffee yourself, come back. But we will go because we're very late already on the schedule. And this third part is really, and sorry, I haven't introduced myself. So my name is Marta Torres. I work at IDRI, and I'm the lead of the DDP Initiative for National Engagements. And basically this part we just wanted to bring, we've discussed what we do, which tools we have to engage ministries of finance. We've discussed how we are engaging with the private sector, and now we really wanted to give the opportunity to share actually how are we engaging when developing LTS and informing national policy policy making, and doing it from the real experiences of the people, of the experts that we know that they have been cornerstone of all the efforts in developing LTSs in their own countries. To do that, I'll leave first Mariana Panuncio to do the opening. Mariana is from the NDC partnership. I'll let you yourself introduce. I will also ask, and I would thank very much also the collaboration from the IDB, who is also a strategic partner that we have, so that they will moderate the panel and will introduce the panelists. But let's start with NDC partnership, who is also like a key instrument to allow for all this in-country work to happen. Please, Mariana, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, and it's good to see some old friends and other colleagues here. My name is Mariana Panuncio Feldman. I'm Country Engagement Director for the NDC Partnership, and I wanted to share some initial reflections for the conversation that we're about to happen. So, as we all know, one of the key takeaways from the Glasgow Climate Pact from last year was a call to countries to be open to increasing their NDC if their national circumstances allow it, to be more in line with the Paris Agreement, and for countries to develop their long-term strategies with an eye to achieve net zero emissions by mid-century or near mid-century. And long-term strategies can be a powerful tool to unlock not only to clarify a vision for the long-term trajectory of the country, but it can inform shorter-term, mid-term ambition in a way that is aligned with the country's goals. However, for these LT-LEDs to be robust, they need to be led by the countries, they need to be owned by the leadership in the country, and they need to be embedded in the planning and the documents and in the sectoral and cross-sectoral processes of planning by the governments themselves at the national level, but also at subnational levels and by the private sector. What we mean to say by this is that long-term strategies are not just documents, that they are a resource-intensive proposition, but one that we think that is worth investing on. These are processes that require early planning, they require coordination across sectors, a clear articulation of actions based on the decarbonization and resilience pathways chosen by the countries, and ultimately they need to reflect the needs that countries have to put those in motion based on the costs and benefits. And we also understand that that in turn informs a set of changes, policy reforms, re-looking at certain legal instruments and strengthening of institutional frameworks to put this in place. And this will vary by countries. In some cases, we might need to be looking at correcting incentives in high emitting sectors. In other places, much more emphasis for net zero aligned investments. The picture is going to look different in every country. Why am I here standing in front of you today is because the NDC Partnership is a coalition that supports countries in articulating their ambition and then delivering on it. And we do it through a country-led approach. We are a coalition of 200 members that includes 120 countries, 100 developing and 20 developed, and 80 international institutions. And the way we operate is through a matchmaking approach. So we support countries articulating their needs, And then we matched those needs with a tailored package of resources and technical expertise based on the needs of the countries from the various institutional partners. And in the run-up to Glasgow, we created a mechanism called the Climate Ambition Enhancement Package that supported 67 developing countries to enhance their NDCs. And it was, we supported enhancements in the quality of the NDCs, in the ambition of the NDCs, and in the processes that created the foundation for the planning and implementation of those NDCs. And coming out of Glasgow, we got a demand from countries to support them in the development of long-term strategies and understand how they could align that with their NDCs. And so last week, we launched a thematic call on the development of long-term strategies, alignment between long-term strategies and NDCs in a way that can support the future enhancement of the next round of NDCs. And we are launching it now here at COP27 and aiming for it to run through 2025 because we understand that this is not a fast process. And if there is one thing that we have learned now with 2 rounds of NDCs is that rushing it in a year is not the process that we need to undertake. We need to give countries the time to do this well. And in many countries, they're still at the time that they still need to develop a long-term strategy. And then they need to look at how that can align with the NDC process so they are not 2 separate processes, but rather one and the same that have different timeframes and one informs the other. So we wanted to give enough time for this to happen rather than be a rushed exercise. So the NDC's partnership thematic call will have 3 streams. One, it's a preparatory stream, which is aimed to support countries that want to undertake long-term planning, but maybe they don't know how. And so it's aimed to provide preparatory support so that countries, based on their own specific circumstances, can identify the roadmap that they want to undertake. Then an update and enhancement stream that is aimed to support the development of long-term strategies, the alignment, the questions around alignment between LT-LEDs and NDCs, and then the enhancement of NDCs. And finally, we have a 3rd stream because we recognize that as countries develop long-term strategies, this might unlock further opportunities between now and 2030. And so we have a 3rd stream for promoting long-term transformational change that is aiming to support particularly the development of catalytic legal instruments and policy frameworks that are aligned with the long-term strategy or informed by it, but go above and beyond the current NDC. So ultimately, we want to use this call to support countries in this effort and leverage the resources of our partners, and in the process, create a platform for learning. So as we are all thinking about how we address the impacts that we already see and the needs that we need to to accelerate the process of decarbonization, we also recognize that this is a transformation that needs to be supported with the right instruments and the right processes. And so, with that, this is why we structured it in this way. So this is the background that I wanted to provide and share with all of you. And I'm very interested in the experiences that now the country panelists are going to share. I'm very interested in hearing from their experiences. And just some of them are members of the NDC partnership, and really looking forward to how we can use this thematic call to serve all countries as they need it. So with that, thank you.
Thanks so much, Mariana. Country experts, Valentina, please. Valentina Saavedra, you want to sit? ¿Te quieres poner para aquí? Sí. Valentina, I think you all know, also climate specialist at the Inter-American Development Bank. And shall I ask the partners to come? Okay. And I will leave you the floor, or you can. Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valentina Saavedra. I'm going to stand on this part. And I'm very happy to be here with you today. I see many known faces, and I'm very happy to share the stage with you and hear the perspective of country specialists working in LTS work, design and implementation. I want to, first of all, start saying that from the IDB, we support countries in the design and implementation of long-term strategies. We have been doing so with partners like IDRI, of course, the platform, the 2050 platform for a long time, and other partners, local universities, and international universities in designing and implementing long-term strategies for a long time. Part of this we see is not only the quality of data and science behind the work of designing and implementing LTS, but also the engagement of stakeholders for the country ownership and implementation of the LTS. And we've been working on this for a long time. Marcela was part of this for a long time from the IDB as well, a mastermind behind the work as well. And we see that LTSs are, and you all know, are beneficial for countries, are opportunity for development in the economic aspects, environmental and social aspects. So we look forward to continue supporting countries and working along our partners like IDRI and others in continue the design and implementation of long-term strategies for net zero and resiliency in the Latin American region. More concretely, we have done work and we see that in Costa Rica, for instance, we could see 41 millions in benefits. In Peru, we see 140 millions in benefits of implementing long-term strategies. In Chile, we see 5% increase of GDP and so on. But we also know that there are challenges and barriers that must be lifted in order to start implementing effectively the long-term strategies in a just manner, of course. So the stakeholder engagement in the process is a key aspect for lifting these barriers, and not only the public sector, but of course the private sector, the financial sector, they are key actors in the engagement of design and implementation, and we're here to talk about exactly this and hear from country experts from different parts of the world, and I'm very excited to share the stage with them. So I welcome you all to come here. Chuck Okereke. Welcome to the stage. Chuck is director and professor in Nigeria, very well-known author at PCC. We're very happy to have you here and hear your thoughts and your experience working in LTS. Yeah, please go ahead. We also have Steve Nichols, head of mitigation of at the South African Presidential Climate Commission. Thank you, Steve. We also have Sarita Vishwanathan, sorry if I didn't say that correctly, senior researcher at IIMA in India, she's online, and Rizaldi Boer, director and professor at the CCROM IPB in Indonesia. So welcome. And we want to hear with you about your experience as country experts working in LTS design and implementation, and particularly let's focus on implementation, right? And how the process of engaging the private sector and the financial sector occurred, and what was their role, and how do you see it matters or it doesn't matter for design and implementation. And I'm going to start with Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So the private sector mattered a great deal in South Africa. So going into COP at Glasgow, we had a fairly weak proposed NDC and a very weak LEDS, low emissions development strategy. Probably weak enough that we wouldn't attract any international support on the basis. So what happened at the time was an organization called the National Business Initiative, where I worked at the time, had a theory that if we can enhance ambition in the private sector, that would provide political cover for the government to take more ambitious positions on the grounds that if they knew one constituency would be strongly aligned with greater ambition, they would at least not get too much battering in the media. So what the NBI did is they ran a long-term consultative process. Took them about 20 months 10 of those months prior to COP and 10 months after, where they developed net zero plans per sector for the economy. And it had some really interesting impacts. Firstly, in the private sector, so a lot of the private sector players didn't think it was possible to get to net zero. After the study, it was shown that we already have 70% of the technologies we need to get to net zero, and that this was something that really was feasible, affordable in the time scales that were required. And that had a big change on the way business thought about it. I should also make the point, though, that in parallel to this was TCFD. And TCFD changed the way business thought about climate in quite a significant way, because it changed the power relationships within corporates on who was thinking about net zero and who wasn't. And so because the CFOs now had a responsibility to quantify the financial impact of climate risk, the real power in the organization was thinking about climate change. And so some of the pre-work had been done by the NBI and others thinking about how you quantify that risk. And so there was quite a receptive market, at least within the financial part of the corporate sector. So then what happened, the organization I work for now came in. Oh, I should make one more point. The private sector process was very consultative, surprisingly so. So they had over 250 hours of consultation with over 450 experts from a range of different sectors. So they were these very open, very transparent sessions. They would do a bunch of modeling. They would present it to this expert community. The expert community would say, no, change this assumption. We've got better data for you. And that process, which I think was mentioned in the introduction, is really important because it meant that the outputs were generally accepted and also very difficult to disagree with because of the strength of expertise behind it. And in particularly in South Africa, we do have a bit of a fake news problem where people sort of defend particular interests using falsified information. And so having this really strong core of qualified information was important. So then enter the Presidential Climate Commission. So this was established by the President of the Republic and is a multi-stakeholder group of business, government, civil society and labor. And their job is to advise the President on economic policy as it relates to a just transition. And the first target that they tackled was the NDC, on the theory that an updated NDC would attract support, and because of some of this work that the private sector had done, but also existing work that a range of academic and business research organizations had done, there was quite a strong alignment on what was possible in the NDC, and so they were able to push through a much more ambitious NDC, which led to the JETP, which importantly led to the investment plan. And the investment plan is a much better quantified, carefully thought through investment plan than the original LEDS was. And so now we have ambition and a strong plan. And some money.
Thank you, Steve, for sharing that very interesting experience. It's, at least for me, from the Latin American part of the world, it's very interesting to hear what's going on there and how relevant it is to engage actually science and data with the private sector in order to create not only awareness but ownership from their part as well. So thank you so much. Chuck, tell us about your experience working in Nigeria, please.
Thanks very much. I was actually expecting that you're going to go to Indonesia for a second. because they are, both of them are a bit more advanced than the Nigerian case. The situation is that we took a two-step approach in the development of the LTS in Nigeria. So in the run-up to the COP26, we did what was called the LTV, long-term vision, describing in fairly qualitative manner the sort of 20, 50, 60, 70 Nigeria that people wanted to see. Critically, the development of the LTV involved extensive consultation with a range of actors, including the private sector. And the way we went about it was that we consulted the IOD,
the Institute of Directors, which are the strongest body of managers, CEOs of the top performing private sector organizations in Nigeria, to describe the sort of vision of Nigeria they want to see. Now, that was submitted in the run-up to the COP26 in Glasgow. Since then, we are now trying to quantify the vision and translate it to the strategy. And for this, also, we are collaborating with the DDP. The DDP, which I lead, also is providing the quantitative modeling capabilities to translate the vision to the strategy. One of the key things that's happened was that actually when the LTV was written, what was said in the LTV was a 50% reduction by 2050 and net zero by 2100, 50 years later. However, in the interim, the president of the country at COP26 announced a net zero target by 2060. This was based on the ETP, Energy Transition Plan, that had been designed by McKinsey. And now we're doing the LTS, so there's a significant departure from the vision that was painted in the LTV, which was foreseeing a net zero by a much longer time period, to now net zero by 2060 in consonance with the target announced by the president. What the ETP says is that Nigeria needs 410 billion and about 40 billion or so per annum by 2060. What is interesting is that the NDC has said 177 billion by 2030. Even more interesting is that for the very first time in Nigeria, we may not have a capital envelope in the budget. Normally, the Nigerian budget will have what we call recurrent and capital. The recurrent is for payment of salaries and all of those things. The capital is what you use to invest in projects. And now we have an LTS that is being designed, an LTV that has been done, an ETP, and government is saying we don't even have €1 to devote to capital infrastructural project. The reason is that for the very first time in Nigeria, the total receipts revenue of Nigeria is below the total amount of money Nigeria has to pay in debt. Very important. So if you gather all the money available in Nigeria through tax, everything, it's not sufficient to pay the debt, because the debt is 119% more than the revenue. This now means that if we want to finance the green infrastructure in Nigeria, we need to look to the private sector. Interestingly, if you look at the private sector, there is quite an active issuance going on. Corporate bond, federal bond, etc. But our calculation so far shows less than 0.5% of it is going to green. So a significant target is how do you increase the envelope of the green issuance in the private sector. And here there are two areas, the corporate bonds and the institutional bond. Nigeria has one of the best performing institutional investors port in the region, accounting for about 19 trillion, which is about 32 billion US dollars. So the critical question now is really how can we open up this space, as well as the corporate sector bond, which is about 16 trillion and about 30 billion. Now Nigeria has issued two green sovereign bonds, first in 2017 and 2019, accounting for about 32 and 40 million US dollars respectively. We are now working with them to issue the third green bond. It was supposed to happen this year, and now they say next year. My gut feeling is it will not happen next year either because of election. But what they are targeting now is 100 million US dollars. That's a big jump. And they're now saying that one of the significant differences between the bond they want to issue and previous bond is that there will be private sector participation as well as international actor participation. Whether they will be able to have enough projects to absorb this money or also set up a strong, robust system that has integrity to attract international investment will still, we're yet to see. So that is the kind of the landscape that we are operating on, a very challenging landscape. So I understand the frustration of my president yesterday when he said, in response to an interview question, oh, you designed a net zero strategy, how are you going to fund it? He said, oh, I was promised all this multilateral finance, I haven't received anything. Because if you think about it, the ETP is 410 billion. The vice president led an aggressive and positive diplomatic runaround across the world, but he was only able to attract 3 billion. And now there is a dispute at COP now, whether that 3 billion is a promise or a deal. And from the World Bank, by the way, and one-off. And how that is resolved, I don't know. So for Nigeria, it's looking very bleak. The private sector represents a light, an array of hope, but of course we still need a strong institution and investable plan, as my friend from South Africa was saying. The problem is that we have this net zero target and the NDC, but there are no investment plans. The first one was done and it got caught up in politics and it wasn't invested. And now they're trying to do new set of investment plan. But it's quite hard to do it if you don't have any promise of where the money might even come from. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. And if there's opportunity, I might come back to answer some questions.
Thank you, Chuck, for sharing that with us. It is a very complex moment for Nigeria and the rest of the world, and that's why I believe the creation of investment plans that derive from a robust long-term strategy and NDC are one of the instruments that can support, attracting this private investment very much needed. But it's been very clear for us as experiencing the IDB and other countries as well all over the world that of course the right signals and concrete projects and programs are needed in order to attract the investment as well. So that's something we've seen in many countries, and we hope that it's going to work out for Nigeria and that all these experiences are helpful to advance in the agenda. Thank you very much. And now I want to ask the same question and hear the experience from India. Sarita, if you want to share with us your experience working there and the engagement of the private sector. I know we don't have much time, I believe, so maybe in 4 minutes you could share with us. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think more than private sector, we actually engaged with the government. So we require infrastructure facilities and everything. So we helped with the LTS. And what I'm going to summarize is what we have done when it comes to the LTS. So we know that we have contributed little to global warming when we see the past 170 years. But we are committed to pursue a low carbon growth strategy where we have achieved 2 main NDCs that we had committed to during the Paris Agreement. And we are now committing to net zero. Keeping that in mind, one needs to also recognize, like many developing countries, India still has significant energy needs for its development and meeting its SDG goals. At the same time, we are extremely vulnerable to climate change and building resilience, and we need to build resilience. So keeping that in mind, any energy is better than no energy. And coal, we know, is a global concern. Therefore, we are saying that we require a global solution for coal phase down, at least we need one generation to phase out. And keeping all that in mind, adaptation also needs to be in the strategy. And what we have done in when we talk about the finances is not only look at the energy systems, but looking at the agriculture, which is the informal economy of India, and also at the medium, small, micro scale enterprises. When we look at the climate finance needs, and we basically said that our needs is around 10 to 13 trillion when it comes to net zero 2070. And mainly all these investments go into the technology transfer opportunities, but we also talk in our LTS about adaptation linked investments. And when we talk about this, why we talk about this is, one, we need to visualize our futures. And when we visualize our future, we not only need to take into consideration the technology, but the behavioral change at the same time. And these need to be embraced at subnational and local level. Keeping that in mind, we are looking at the risk. So when you are mainstreaming the finance, what we basically have in our LTS is, we are saying that we need to implement structural and infrastructure systems to green the economy. We need to plan for uncertainties, and we need to reduce the information asymmetry. And for that, right now, India is going to implement the taxonomy regulations and the mandatory climate-related disclosures that have been previously said by many of the speakers on the forum. We need to link whatever we do to the international trade and be aware of what's happening at a global level. What we are trying to also do is link the sources of finances, the public, the private, and the international, where we need to mobilize and access these finances. So we are not only looking into mitigation and adaptation finance, we need to be aware of the transition finance. So what we have shown is that we need to have certain instruments in each of these in our LTS. So please, I would encourage the audience to please have a look at India's LTS and what we have talked in that strategy. And here we actually push for the role of the development banks specifically to de-risk projects. So not only we are asking the private sector, which themselves in India have taken a role, and most of the private sectors, the international private sectors like Tata, Adani, they are taking role and they are committed to net zero, but they are also pushing towards having de-risking the projects that are coming into place, especially in a developing country. So we are trying to have mechanisms which would help de-risk projects specifically for medium, small scale micro enterprises and agriculture sector, because many of the large scale enterprises and firms in the private sector in India are already doing steps way ahead before the policies are being implemented in India. So that is it, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Sarita. It's very interesting to hear about what happens with the small enterprises, the medium enterprises, and in the agriculture sector is very complex because there are a lot of individual farmers, and you need to work with them as well and support the implementation of the climate smart agriculture practices, adaptation measures, and it's very interesting to hear the experience of the country such as India, where this is such a relevant sector, where they have a very, very relevant role and they need to be considered. So thank you for sharing that experience with us. And finally, we would like to hear the experience of Indonesia. Rizaldi, please, if you can tell us how you've been engaging with them and for the implementation.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, we have taken a very long process in developing the long-term strategy, but of course it is actually continuing on the process that we have before when we developed the NDC. But of course, we have a very intensive discussion, especially in the sector. In terms of developing the assumption, we got back with them. So there is kind of forward back process how actually we can really understand the design of our long-term strategy to meet the net zero emission by 2060. So at the beginning, actually, we are talking about 2050. But now actually we expect that we can reach the net zero emission by 2060. So the challenge during the discussion, of course, actually the burden that need to be shared between the sector, in particular when we go down into the net zero emissions, especially the energy sector. Actually, we got a bit difficult. It's a bit hard actually to decarbonize the energy because we have already have a lot of coal power plants, especially on the power sector. While for the agriculture, forestry, actually, we see that a big opportunity. We can also reduce the emission quite deep. So in this case, actually, in the case of Indonesia, actually, the share is much, the burden for towarding the net zero emission is through the land use and forestry sector. So that's why in our design, in our long-term strategy, actually, we targeted that the land and forest sector is to become a net sink. So we have now a policy has just been passed also. So we are targeting to reach the volume net sink, forest land use net sink by 2030. But of course, in the context of energy, we just also signed the energy transition in Bali. That actually that we need to really make a transition before 2030. And this is also a big challenge. Actually, we cannot because we also need. So in our current long-term strategy, actually, the big the change, especially on the power sectors, might happen after 2030. So we might do a early retirement of the power sector, but not happening before 2030. So when we discuss with the private sector, of course, we are talking about again about the involvement but it's always about two things. One is technology, another is financing. Of course, capacity building is also there, but we are talking about technology. It is about talking about time, all right? Because we know that the current situation, actually, the technology which is available with low cost, low carbon technologies is more expensive according to the current one. So if if we want to make a transition, for example, there should be some change in terms of the current technology that being used by the private, for example, in terms of the energy efficiency, power sector, and so on. But of course, it's also put an additional cost, all right? Because the low carbon technology that exists at present, some of them actually much more expensive, current, especially in the power sector with coal is much cheaper. So this is the challenge actually, how actually this kind of additional cost could be covered. And of course, we know that the energy, just energy transition provide kind of support. In the case of Indonesia, it's about $20 billion US. But of course, it is based on the concessional basis. But I don't know whether we can also, it depends on how actually the country are going to make use of this opportunity to really make a transition, how actually the transformation that we can make in the energy sector. Of course, the challenge is again, when if we are exposed into high additional costs that need to be used for making a transition, and then if it is support is back only just low cost finance, it means that concessional loan and it will be very difficult because the burden of the debt is much higher. And this come up with the idea, for example, we also introduced the debt NAP to swap. We have this kind of policy in the past, and probably we can call it debt climate swap, for example. So actually the burden for the country in terms of debt can also be reduced through another scheme. So there are many kind of thinking come up, especially when we are going into the state of the implementation. So in the context of forestry sector, actually, we also thinking, and we discuss also, I just realized when we discussed with the team with Martha, we have just energy transition. But Indonesia, actually, when we go into follow net thing, so we are talking about just forest transition. Why we said transition? Because now at present time, our land use and forestry sector is the big emitter. So the contribution of the sector is more than 50% of national emission. And now in 8 years, it's very big challenge how we can turn it back and become net sink. So we also have to make a transition on that. So now in the past, actually, up to now, the focus of the private, especially in making use of the forestry sector, it's focused, the business is much oriented on the timber business type of activities. And of course, now the government changed that. So now actually, the orientation of the ministry in the land use and forest sector, not only just a timber, but should also more attention on the non-timber forest product. All right. So now the government also passed the policy. We call it multi-business permit, things like that. Actually, one of the company can do multi-business, not only just a timber, but also non-timber forest product. It means that what does that mean? Actually, they can optimize the management of their concession, which is quite large. But in the past, they only can manage only part of it, because if we are dealing with timber, we have to do a rotation. Rotation just only, for example, it's 30 years rotation. So does that mean all the concession can be managed only 1/30th in a year? So there is big areas not being managed for doing a business activities. But the multi-business can do it all at once. But of course, it's also not easy if we just start this kind of policy. And I think also a big challenge, because when we go into the implementation, it's also not easy, especially talking about some of the regulation. Even though it is already passed, there are some regulation need also to be addressed. So this actually what's happening. And when we go back into smallholders, because also in the context of land use and forestry sector in Indonesia, the big emitter also come from peatland. So the peatland, about 4 million of hectare of our peatland are being degraded. And that's actually the target of the government in order to become a follow net sink by 2030. So what does that mean? So we have to restore the peatland up to 3 million hectare. All right? And then the government budget are very limited. It's only just 1/3 and 1/4 of it. And our development for the private, how we can attract the interest of the private to do investment in pit restoration. But at the same time, also how actually we can also change the practices the farmer use now, because the farmer use the practice or the farming practices in the peatland, because they are used to using the dryland farming practices, but into the peatland practices means they have to change it. So how to change from the current practices to become a practice which is adapted into the pit ecosystem. All right, and we have made kind of consultation. We do an interview, because there are some projects already implemented by we create one of the agency for that. We call it the Pit and Mangrove Restoration Agency. So the funding from the government actually goes through these agencies. They also facilitate the community how they can really implement more sustainable pit land management. So it means that they need to change the current farming practices into one which is adopted into the pit ecosystem. We call it polyculture system. And then some farmers are very interested in, because there are some of the project, in some of the project area, by implementing this actually we can reduce also the risk of fire. So fire also one of the big issues in Indonesia. By doing this kind of restoration agency, what does that mean? We rewet the peatland, and then of course we can do revegetation, but using the multi-purpose spaces. This means actually sold fruit trees on any timber product, but it is adopted into the peatland. So there are many kind of activities that farmers can do, including also fisheries. But again, the problem, the challenge actually credit access. And now actually we know it's very common problem that we are having. The credit is now actually available for the food crop, but not much for the perennial crop, especially on the peatland. Now, how actually we can also, part of our study also look at the possibility what are innovative policy for addressing this. But of course, in terms of the access credit for the smallholder, the problem actually they need to have a collateral, all right, and they don't have it. So that's why a money lender can play a role in that, because the money lender do not need a collateral. If we go to the bank and that's collateral is needed. And how actually the government can also change this kind of policies means that actually the government can provide a guarantee to the bank, so the farmers can access the credit with the collateral. But probably also can revolving fund. The government have things that far, so that's why now Indonesia also create kind of agency. We call it the National Agency for Managing the Environmental Fund. We call it BPDLH. We also passed the regulation on that. So this agency actually can be accessed by any, including private, communities, and also local government, right? So actually but the money put on these agencies come from state budget, but including also international, including also result-based payment, put that into these agencies. Now the agency play a significant role. They also, of course, they connect with the bank, the custodian bank who actually manage the fund. So hopefully, with this kind of many innovative policy on the ground, so we hope that we can really make things change. But of course, we need to see how actually everyone really look at on that. Another one, I don't know whether the time is still. That's okay. Another one policy we also passed one. We call it carbon pricing policy. This is one of the policies that can push the private how to accelerate the adoption of low carbon technology. So in this case, actually, in the carbon pricing policy, we call it. We passed the presidential regulation on that. So certain industries which has a high emission is going to be apply a cap of emission. So this create domestic carbon trading. It's like cap and trade system. But in addition to that, we also have another scheme for under the carbon pricing. We call it offset emission. So any entities have a cap. If their emission is above the cap, they can do by trading the allowance. But the second one, they can do offset emission. So implementing forest conservation, supporting community for developing agroforestry, so they can create a credit on that. Of course, the challenge for the private are very happy to have this kind of policy, but the problem is they are much interested with international carbon trade through a voluntary carbon market. But of course, the government also a bit worried if all the credits produced from this it transfer all to the international, and then it will also set our NDC target. All right. So the government also set up another regulation under the ministerial decree. That this international trades are only allowed when the NDC target is already achieved. Right. So this is also another type of issues now being discussed, because we are now also drafting the decree related to the carbon trading for forestry sector. So I think I can talk about that a bit more, but I don't think I have time. I think we can continue later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing this. It's very interesting, and it made me think about how relevant innovation is in implementing long-term strategies. Not only understanding what are the changes needed and the transformation needed, we also need to understand the instruments that we can modify today, but as well the new ones, the new ones that are needed. And at this stage, if we have time, I would like to ask the audience if they have any questions or remarks they would like to discuss about for the panel. There's a lot we could discuss about. Marta, do you have? No? Yeah. I don't. It's probably dinner time. Yes. But this is so interesting. Marta, if you want to go ahead.
I mean, this is such a private kind of discussion among us. That, I mean, just to be also more challenging among us. You've all been engaged a lot with many actors, doing all this work that you have been doing. But still we do that for engaging with each of these different actors, be the farmers, be the agencies, be the whoever is from the financial community, that they expect different type of information, and you also require different type of information from them then to put it together into maybe a national coherent vision to inform the national policymakers. How, I mean, you have limited hands, limited teams. We know that these are very demanding processes. How can one think about increasing the capacities at country level to make sure that we can downscale all this information across all these different ecosystems, be territorial, be in different sectors or subsectors. How can one create a cascade, of engagements from this information and evidence that you have been generating? Any ideas on that? Because I think that's a challenge that we're finding, a bottleneck, and it's important to have this debate, being spread as much as possible across all the actors that have to be part of the action.
Well, the issue of capacity building is something that is very close to my heart. I have argued that the approach to capacity building in the past 20 years has been tokenistic, it's been marginal, it's been incremental, it's been individual based, and it hasn't worked. And that we need to move away, because of course you can build capacity at 3 levels: the individual level, the organizational level, and the institutional level. And a lot of what we have done in the past has focused on the first level, which is the individual level. But we need to really move away from that to now institutional level. I feel it echoes in my ear. Yeah, so, and this requires thinking in terms of long term. I mean, my mentor here, Yuba, has also written extensively on the type of capacity building that is required. I am excited that the LTS and the DDP is building the first cohort of capacity in Nigeria to be able to do energy modeling, but also macroeconomic modeling. But if these 9 individuals were to find scholarship and go to Europe next year, you lose all the capacity. So we really need to make sure that we are thinking about long-term institution. I don't have any institution in Nigeria now that I know of that can compete favorably with a European institution long-term. That after studying masters in Sussex or Brighton or Oxford, that this bright student can be happy to come to Nigeria and feel respected and feel valued and work. So I'm challenging you, everyone here, NDC partnership, everybody, to really think long term. At the moment, this is the biggest issue. And because of that, a lot of what we do here, even in the LTS, and is intelligent guess at some point, because there is so much lacking in capacity and data as well. So this is where I'm going. So if you ask me what is the number one thing I want to do after the LTS, is to broaden and deepen the capacity and to take it from individual to institution. You require a commitment of a minimum of 5-year plan or even 10-year funding, not 9 months.
Maybe a few quick comments. I mean, what we found is that we created a common set of information, but we communicated it differently to different stakeholders. So it wasn't that you needed a whole new set of data or studies. You just had to drill down to what really motivated them. So for example, the big breakthrough with government was positioning the exogenous risk of climate change. And we looked at our export and import patterns, therefore our balance of risk, and we looked at the risk embedded in what we exported to whom. So for example, 60% of our motor vehicle export was to the European Union and the UK, who had just put a new vehicle sale ban post-2035. So that gives us a very strong timeline of when we have to transition the automotive sector. So that, but different sectors responded to different pieces of information. And then the process is part of the capacity building. So I think one of the reasons it made it really successful is because we involved these 450 experts. So not only were we learning from them, but they were learning from the process, and they were building trust in the process. So I think those are just 2 quick insights. The last insight, and maybe to this point that you raised about McKinsey, we use the Boston Consulting Group. But what's interesting about that is how fast they move. So for quite a big investment in money, we built an institutional and tools-based infrastructure inside a year. So now we have a Plexos model. We have spreadsheet-driven consumption models for every sector in the economy. And those assets persist even if we struggle for skills. We have the same problem. So we have these assets, but there may be 10 people in the country who understand them. And that's a huge constraint.
Yeah, I think downscaling national into local is a big challenge. So in the case of Indonesia, we make use of the CBIT. So we have a capacity building initiative for transparency. So we have a long-term fund provided for Indonesia. It's about 2 years. So actually the Ministry of Environment and Forestry actually designed kind of program for that. It is focusing on enhancing the capacity of local government. So developing the skill, the capacity of the local universities. So we really do kind of what actually experience that we have. And now, even though we involved in that process, so we are partly focused on working with with the ministry in implementing this capacity building to the local universities. But and then Minister of Environment and Forestry facilitate, because now with the issuance of the presidential regulation, so every local government have a mandate to develop a climate action plan. So then every sector have to translate also the NDC target into a local. So they need to distribute the baseline of emission at national. So what actually the share of this profit and things like that. So there's a big work that need to be done. And then in terms of the implementation of president regulation on carbon pricing, so every subsector also need to create a roadmap for the carbon trading. So I think this is quite interesting talking about the dashboard in the first session, because we are talking about technology, and technology issues about timing, transferring technology transfer, and then probably it will be interesting, for example, because with the technology advancement, actually the cost of the current technology might be cheaper, right? So I'm not quite sure, because when you look at the dashboard you just mentioned about overall, we look at the LTS overview and they do financing analysis and the investment analysis, and following the policy and financing at the end is macro impact. And the macro impact need also to consider about the timing of the technology, and also the additional cost might be implied because of the technology is not advanced yet. And while actually if there is a demand that we need to replace the current technology, it means that we need to retire earlier. And then this private need to make a new investment. And if they have to get loan, and then the burden of debt is also increasing. So that's the thing when we are talking about the debt net to swap and debt climate swap, whatever we call it. And then if this dashboard can capture that, when we go into the macro implication and need to feed back into the investment analysis, it might be interesting. It can help also, if this kind of tools are available, it will help a lot when we develop the roadmap of the carbon trading by sector. And because it also affect how actually the private companies may also be interested in. Yeah, I think that's for all for the time being. Sorry for the time.
Thank you. And maybe Sarita, you want to share some thoughts?
Yeah. So from my perspective, obviously,
I believe you're muted, Sarita. No?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
Hi.
great. I think from my perspective, it is inclusiveness. The one thing that I've learned from stakeholder engagement, specifically when we are talking about India, is we have this 1.3 billion population, and we are going to be one of the largest population in the world in this decade itself, is all inclusiveness. It's not only about having the private sector, the financial sector, the government. So that is why I included, we had the agriculture and MSMEs. You cannot go forward leaving people behind. You need to take everyone together. And that is where thought leadership comes. Followed by thought leadership is action. So giving people responsibility, accountability. And with that is education. And when we are talking about education, we are talking about actually transforming the entire structure. So you need to educate and make people aware what is the new structure going to be. So one example is in this transition during the coal stakeholder engagement was we had a survey, and just by doing the survey, people get to know that India may phase down coal in the next decade or so, next 2 decades, next 3 decades. People were not even aware in the coal value chain. These are decision-making people. So it is only the top of the top, the CEOs or CFOs who are known, the policymakers who are known, the implementers, the people who may be affected also need to know about it. You never know, they may be the people who may come with solutions. That brings me to the next generation. When we are talking about education, people, the students, the children, if they are educated about environment, about climate change, about the energy systems, about modeling, we do not need to go abroad to learn all that. We may have that capacity built and give them recognition inside itself. The generation today, we need to give them the recognition. We cannot go to the outside people and get influenced by that again. So we have to build our own understanding, our own experiments. We have to localize all these transitions and transformations, because every sector, every at a local level is different, and that needs to be taken into consideration in this transition and transformation. So my thing is, one, inclusiveness. We need to look at all the sectors, but we need to look also at all kinds of stakeholders, not only the producers, who mostly the government, the policies, the private sectors, but the consumers as well. Hence, we have to change our lifestyle of how we are looking at these systems. Maybe when we think about that, hopefully that thinking could convert into actions. So that is from my perspective, that we have to look at wholeheartedly in all manners to have this change happening in this decade. We cannot go on this incremental kind of thought processes anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarita. And I believe that's a perfect closure for this panel, because we also need to think about, I mean, this is for the future generations, so we need to start working with them now for the better world for them. So thank you so much to the panelists. It was a very interesting session. Thank you, Sarita, for joining us virtually, and thank you, everybody, for being here today. Thank you.